Chapter 566. The evil emperor went out for less than an hour before bringing back Savage Leopard and the prodigal boy. When the two saw Ling Xiao, they immediately relaxed. "I've brought them back for you. You're not allowed to go anywhere for the next year. Focus on your cultivation. The spiritual energy here isn't any worse than those of the major powers. It'll be very beneficial to your cultivation," the evil emperor said solemnly. Ling Xiao hesitated, but in the end he still nodded heavily. "What's on your mind?" The evil emperor saw through Ling Xiao's thoughts and asked. Ling Xiao shook his head. "It's nothing." The evil emperor would only be staying in the central region for a year. It would be a great honor to receive guidance from this old man. Ling Xiao really didn't want to let go of this 1 year. It had to be known that the evil emperor's cultivation was above the saint realm. As for which stage he had reached, Ling Xiao couldn't imagine. It was unknown how many people dreamed of receiving guidance from a supreme expert of this level. As for rushing to the north water boundary to rescue Yin Mingqi, that would wait for now. After all, she shouldn't be in any trouble right now. No matter what kind of thoughts you have to forget about them. Only by becoming stronger will you be able to solve everything, said the evil emperor. Master is right, Ling Xiao replied. Indeed, as the evil emperor had said, only by becoming stronger could one be the absolute truth. After all, Ling Xiao wasn't very clear about the strength of the Blackwater sect. Although he had something to rely on, he also had to become stronger. At the very least, he had to fight against an Empyrean, and not be defeated in order to truly establish a foothold in the central region. After making up his mind, Ling Xiao put everything else aside and peacefully cultivated in this independent space. At the same time, Ling Xiao summoned the people in his medicine cauldron. This time, even the evil emperor revealed a rare look of surprise. Brat, you actually have a human concealing ring. What's not a human concealing ring? Ling Xiao asked in confusion. It seems that there are still a lot of things you don't understand. The human storage ring is similar to a space ring, but it is specifically used to hide living people. The ring you have now can hide living people. If it isn't a human storage ring, then what is it? This is a spirit treasure that has reached the peak of the holy artifact level. Even in the heaven region, it's rare, the evil emperor said with a sigh. Ling Xiao didn't expect that the heaven domain would have such a treasure that could hide people. But he didn't plan to hide it from the evil emperor. So he directly changed the spatial ring back to the appearance of a medicine cauldron. This time, the evil emperor was even more shocked. This is a heaven-ranked divine cauldron. That's right, this is one of the 9 great heavenly god cauldrons, the obsidian cauldron, Ling Xiao said with some pride. Good boy, this is a top-notch divine artifact. The evil emperor's eyes lit up as he praised, but then his face became serious as he said, You can't let others know about this divine artifact, even if you go to the heaven region in the future. Otherwise, you'll be killed, and even your master might not be able to protect you. Your disciple understands. Ling Xiao replied. An ordinary man is innocent, but he is guilty of holding a wall. Ling Xiao still understood this logic, and he had always rarely looked at a medicinal cauldron as a human. It's good that you know. I'll go out for 2 days and find the 8-leaf fire lotus core, the evil emperor said in a hurry before disappearing. Right now, Ling Xiao was no longer surprised by the evil emperor's ability to come and go without a trace. He took advantage of these 2 days to study the second scroll of the God-controlling arts chant. This was a space that the evil emperor had opened up, and it was like a small village. There were strange flowers and grasses everywhere, hundreds of birds flying in the air, dense spiritual energy, small bridges, pavilions, and phoenix pavilions. This place was simply a paradise. Anyone who stayed here would feel comfortable both in body and mind, especially the women who were extremely emotional. All of them liked it even more. After Ling Xiao arranged for everyone, he found a quiet place to sit down. He took out the ancient scroll, feeling extremely excited. I hope it hasn't been destroyed. Ling Xiao prayed in the center of his heart. Thinking back to the first scroll of the God-controlling art, he felt that the contents of the ancient scroll would disappear as soon as his mental energy entered it and imprinted the chant in his mind. This meant that he only had one chance. If the sky-scorching great emperor had already opened the ancient scroll, then the ancient scroll might have been destroyed. Therefore, Ling Xiao could only hope for the best. After sitting in meditation for 2 hours, Ling Xiao's mental energy had calmed down, and his heart had become desireless. It's time, Ling Xiao murmured, and the mental energy in his mind drilled into the ancient scroll. Whoosh! When his mental energy entered the ancient scroll, a turbulent light blasted into Ling Xiao's mind. Rumble! Ling Xiao felt that his mind had been blasted into chaos, and it was extremely uncomfortable. It was as if his head had suddenly swelled up and would explode at any time. This was the second time Ling Xiao had faced such a situation. Previously, he had escaped death because Lu Wang and the Khanate Sinister Wind Bead had helped him resist the energy. This time, he did not intend to rely on them. He immediately gritted his teeth, guarded his mind, and mobilized all the mental energy in his mind to resist the powerful energy that blasted into his mind. Ling Xiao's mental energy was no longer what it used to be. The energy that blasted into his mind was instantly enveloped by his mental energy, and the chaos in his mind gradually stabilized. Next, when Ling Xiao was about to expel and destroy the energy, he was surprised to find that the energy actually gradually fused with his mental energy. The two energies actually produced a feeling of harmony, and that feeling was truly wonderful for Ling Xiao. After a while, after that mass of energy fused with his spiritual force, he felt his spiritual force suddenly rise. That pool of milky white spiritual liquid continued to spread out, and more than half of his sea of consciousness, which had already expanded to a very large extent, was filled with spiritual liquid. The mental energy emitted a pure, vast, and resplendent light. In his mind, the small tree, the Khanate Sinister Wind Bead, and the Demon Blue Fire Bead each emitted a faint light, and after absorbing the pure energy, the three became even more smooth and clean. It was as if they had all been purified of impurities, and appeared even more holy. When Ling Xiao's mind calmed down, Ling Xiao felt that his mental state was unprecedentedly full and comfortable. It was as if he was bathing in an icy pond in summer, or soaking in a hot spring in winter. It made people reluctant to part, and it was extremely refreshing. When Ling Xiao opened his eyes, the ancient scroll automatically opened up, and suddenly, a golden light bloomed. The light formed into ancient, vigorous characters that floated in the air, looking very holy and mysterious. Ling Xiao cried out in surprise, "Great, everything is still here." Then he began to read it seriously and quickly, trying to memorize it as soon as possible. When Ling Xiao finished reading the incantation, the illusory golden characters all drilled into his mind. In Ling Xiao's mind, the three big words soul-controlling art immediately flashed. The incantation was completely recorded in his mind, and he could no longer disperse it. Ling Xiao quickly recited the incantation from the first half of the incantation, and the second half of the incantation in his mind. Suddenly he jumped up from the ground and said in surprise, "Great, it really is the second stage of the incantation." According to the introduction in the first volume, the soul-controlling art was divided into 3 stages of cultivation: skill control, soul control, and mind control. According to the introduction in the first chapter, the first stage, skill control, could use spiritual power to create all kinds of mystical skills and kill people invisibly. Not only could it make one invincible under the same level, but it could also kill people of a higher level than oneself. This was not a difficult thing. Regarding this point, Ling Xiao had already obtained sufficient proof. And the second stage, soul control, could confuse the opponent's mind, causing the opponent's mind to be distracted. If used in a fight, it could make the opponent lose the ability to fight for a short period of time, and seize the opportunity to kill the opponent. This was similar to the first stage, but its effect was different. The first stage was to directly injure or kill the opponent, while the second stage was to use ingenious techniques to ensure that the opponent's spiritual sea would not be damaged, causing the opponent to be distracted and taking advantage of the situation. In this way, the opponent could be killed or captured. This point was most suitable to be used on those who did not deserve to die. In addition to the above effect, its real advantage was that it could use strong spiritual power to control a martial artist whose mind was not firm, or whose spiritual power was scattered, deficient, and not focused. As long as he used his spiritual power to erase the opponent's original independent consciousness, use the mind control incantation, and then forcefully instill his own consciousness, no matter how strong the martial artist was, he would be able to use them. This point was the essence of the second stage, soul control. Of course, if the opponent was the kind of person who was full of spiritual power, concentrated and tenacious willpower, forcefully using the soul control might cause the opponent to counterattack, and thus the user would be injured. This was also its shortcoming. But overall, the second stage was very scary. As for the third stage, mind control, it was even more amazing. At this stage, one could already rely on strong spiritual power to kill any expert, control any expert, and even God realm experts would have to be used by him. Of course, Ling Xiao also hoped that one day, he would be able to obtain the third stage of the incantation. But now that he had obtained the second scroll, he felt unusually happy and satisfied. As long as he mastered the second stage and controlled many puppet masters, it would not be difficult for him to roam the central region, and he would definitely have the confidence to establish his own force. After Ling Xiao calmed himself down, he checked his spiritual power, and found that it had doubled in size. Previously, he could instantly kill an earthly sovereign, so it was not impossible for him to instantly kill a low-level or mid-level heavenly venerate. As for a high-level heavenly venerate, it would not be too difficult for him to deal with them. Ling Xiao was overjoyed, and his heart was filled with gratitude towards the evil emperor. Ling Xiao was not in a hurry to immediately enter a state of cultivation, but wanted to test how many kilograms his spiritual power could control from a distance. Ling Xiao's spiritual power turned into a huge invisible palm, and grabbed towards a large rock, easily grabbing it. Ling Xiao muttered, "This piece is about 5,000 jin. In the past it was very difficult for me to grab it, but now it's so easy. Then I'll try to split my spiritual power into two, and see if I can grab it." Chapter 567. Ling Xiao tried it a few times and found that his mental energy could easily control something that weighed 15,000 kilograms. Ling Xiao was overjoyed to have such a powerful control ability. With this kind of mental energy, it wouldn't be difficult to control hundreds of people at the same time. Of course, the prerequisite for this was that these people were much weaker than him. Otherwise, they would have been able to struggle free. With my current mental energy, Empyrean realm experts will no longer be able to pose a threat to me, Ling Xiao said confidently. Ling Xiao really didn't expect that the spiritual force that came out from the ancient scroll was actually spiritual force. Moreover, it was of the same origin as the spiritual force that he had been cultivating. The combination of the two had enriched his spiritual force to a very powerful level. This was equivalent to him cultivating for tens or even hundreds of years without the help of spirit herbs or elixirs. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh at how skilled the master of the soul-controlling art was. He had actually infused his mental strength into the ancient scroll. Normally, if one didn't have a super expert strength or a weak mental strength, they would all die. It seemed that the master of the soul-controlling art was quite sinister. Back when he had first obtained the first scroll of the soul-controlling art, if it weren't for Lu Wang and the natural Yin Wind bead in his knowledge sea, he would have died a long time ago. Ling Xiao guessed that the reason the Burning Heaven Emperor hadn't opened the ancient scroll was because he had sensed that there was something strange about it. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao felt that this was very likely. After all, once one reached the Emperor realm, their senses in all aspects were beyond imagination. They could even predict unknown dangers in advance. Perhaps it was for this reason that the Burning Heaven Emperor hadn't opened the ancient scroll. No matter what the reason was, Ling Xiao had picked up a ready-made treasure. This also proved that Ling Xiao's luck was very good. After testing out the power of his newly increased mental energy, Ling Xiao once again focused his mind and began to comprehend the second stage of the soul-controlling art, soul control. After a day and a night of meditation, Ling Xiao had a deeper understanding of soul control, and felt that this stage of terror was very mysterious and profound. Soul control was also divided into 3 stages: small, middle, and large completion. At the small completion stage, one could use the primary contract incantation to cause the opponent's mental energy to scatter, causing the opponent to be unable to concentrate. allowing one to take advantage of the situation and defeat the opponent. At the middle completion stage, one could use the intermediate contract incantation to forcefully erase the consciousness of a martial artist of the same level or below. Then, with the addition of the intermediate willpower, the target would become a puppet of the caster. However, the puppet would lose all its previous memories and only retain its original battle consciousness. All injuries would not cause them to feel fear or dread. The caster could also order the puppet to die at any time, and if the caster accidentally died, the puppet would also die. At the large completion stage, it would be much more perfect. At that time, one could use the advanced contract incantation. This kind of advanced contract incantation was very different from the primary and middle completion stage. Not only could the advanced contract incantation be used on martial artists of the same level or below, it could also be used on martial artists of a higher level. The prerequisite was that the opponent's mental energy was scattered or weak. At the same time, the advanced contract incantation had different degrees. It could allow the target to retain part or all of their memories, but the target would forever obey the caster's orders and become a puppet with its own consciousness. This kind of puppet could also advance in strength and was much more perfect than the primary and middle completion stage. This was the profundity of the second stage, soul control. Once he attained mastery in the second stage, he would be entirely capable of forming a terrifying puppet army. Ling Xiao was extremely excited. He hadn't expected that soul control would actually be so formidable, and it truly surprised him. He couldn't help but imagine how great it would be to control hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of puppets to roam the central territory. Haha, the soul control technique really is unfathomable. It's truly too formidable. Ling Xiao couldn't help but exclaim with excitement. He decided that he would work hard to attain mastery in soul control in the following period of time, so that he could form a formidable puppet army of his own as soon as possible. He would control all those opponents that he disliked and make them serve him, and he would take all those peerless beauties into his backyard, so that he could fulfill his great wish of ruling the world, and lying on the knees of beauties while intoxicated. After Ling Xiao understood the general situation of soul control, the evil emperor had rushed back as well. The evil emperor revealed a surprised expression when he saw Ling Xiao, and he said, "I haven't seen you for 2 days, but your spiritual energy has actually attained the peak of the emperor rank? What exactly is going on?" Ling Xiao exclaimed inwardly, as expected of master, he was actually able to see through my spiritual energy, and it has greatly improved. Ling Xiao said vaguely, "I'm a grade 6 alchemist, so it's normal for my spiritual energy to be stronger." The evil emperor knew that Ling Xiao wasn't being sincere, but he didn't continue to pursue the matter. "Take out the 8-leaf fire lotus, and I'll help you repair it." The evil emperor immediately changed the topic. Ling Xiao immediately took out the damaged 8-leaf fire lotus. After that, the evil emperor didn't avoid Ling Xiao, and he tossed the 8-leaf fire lotus into the air. At the same time, he took out a spiritual herb that emanated dense fire attribute spiritual energy. Ling Xiao could tell at a glance that it was an 8-leaf fire lotus. The 8 leaves wrapped around the fire lotus's core, and waves of fire-colored spiritual energy flickered non-stop. The 8-leaf fire lotus was a low-level stage 8 spirit herb, and there would be a stage 8 fire attribute spirit beast guarding it. Even if an emperor stage cultivator found it, they wouldn't dare to act rashly. He never thought that the evil emperor would be able to obtain the 8-leaf fire lotus in such a short period of time, which made Ling Xiao deeply admire him. The evil emperor grabbed the center of the 8-leaf fire lotus and forcefully pulled out the flickering fire lotus core. Then he threw the remaining 8-leaf fire lotus to Ling Xiao and said, "Although the 8-leaf fire lotus doesn't have the fire lotus core, its 8 leaves are not bad either. It can be used to refine pills or consumed directly." Ling Xiao hurriedly put it away. Of course, he understood the effects of these 8 leaves. This was something that fire attribute martial artists dreamed of. With them, he could create 8 fire attribute experts. Then the evil emperor flew into the air and grabbed the 8-leaf fire lotus in his hand. Then he slammed the fire lotus core in his other hand towards the center of the formation pattern. Bang! The fire lotus core collided with the formation pattern in the painting, and a powerful flame spread out in all directions. In an instant, a large sea of fire was formed in the air, and the fire was extremely fierce. The people below were all trembling with fear. Even an Empyrean would find it difficult to extinguish that powerful sea of fire. It had to be known that the fire lotus core was an existence comparable to earth fire energy. Under normal circumstances, at least 2 Emperor stage cultivators would be needed to repair the 8-leaf fire lotus core. Only then would they be able to force the fire lotus core into the formation eye of the 8-leaf fire lotus, allowing it to permanently absorb and gather fire attribute spiritual energy. However, the evil emperor didn't need the help of others. The intense flames that were emitted couldn't hurt him at all, and it seemed as if they were separated by a thick layer of light. "Get in!" the evil emperor shouted, and then he raised his hand and slammed it towards the fire lotus core. The fire lotus core was swiftly slammed into the formation eye. However, it seemed to be unwilling to be sealed just like that, and it resisted fiercely. Balls of flames continued to spread out. The evil emperor's expression was calm. He waved his hand lightly, and the surrounding flames were imprisoned by him. Then he forcefully stuffed them into the formation eye of the 8-leaf fire lotus core. Swish! When the fire lotus core completely fused with the 8-leaf fire lotus core, a bright red energy emitted a dazzling light. It was as if the 8-leaf fire lotus core had become a scorching hot sun, and the fire attribute energy in the surroundings kept revolving around it. After the fire lotus core appeared in Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness, the demon blue fire pearl had been beating violently, as if it had developed a strong interest in the fire lotus core. It wanted to break free from Ling Xiao's control and fly out of his sea of consciousness, but Ling Xiao firmly suppressed it and didn't allow it to act recklessly. Ling Xiao understood more and more that strange pearls could absorb energy from the same source to continue to grow stronger and advance. Ling Xiao couldn't help but think that he must find the source energy of the demon blue fire pearl and the innate Yin wind pearl in the future for them to absorb, so that they could advance and transform. If they became stronger, it would only be beneficial to Ling Xiao, and there would be no harm. The intense flames gradually subsided, and the 8-leaf fire lotus core returned to its perfect state. It was about twice its original size, and its 8 wheels were like 8 leaves shining brightly. At the center, there was a flickering shadow of a fire lotus, and it looked extremely sacred. The 8-leaf fire lotus core belonged to the category of a low-grade 8th rank sacred tool, and it was a rare cultivation accelerator in the central region. Fire attribute martial artists who cultivated on the 8-leaf fire lotus core would gather spiritual power at a speed that was dozens of times faster than usual, and cultivating next to it could also increase the speed by more than 10 times. For any sect, this could be said to be the existence of the sect's guardian spirit item. The evil emperor held it in his hand, and then casually threw it to Ling Xiao, and said, "It's repaired, take it." Ling Xiao hurriedly went up to catch it, and his eyes shone with a strong light. He really didn't expect that he would now have a sacred spirit treasure, which was something that others would fight to the death for. "Thank you, master." Ling Xiao expressed his gratitude from the bottom of his heart. He realized that he had really gained a lot by becoming the evil emperor's disciple. Not only had he obtained the second stage of the soul-controlling art, but he had also obtained a low-grade sacred spirit. If others knew about this, they would probably go crazy with jealousy. "Well, you don't need this 8-leaf fire lotus core for yourself. I know that you also have a secret technique to gather spiritual power, so let your subordinates use it. Their strength is really no different from an ordinary person, and with this kind of strength following you, even I feel embarrassed." The evil emperor mercilessly scolded the people around Ling Xiao. The people behind Ling Xiao all felt their faces burn, and their hearts were extremely uncomfortable. They didn't dare to refute, because in their eyes, the evil emperor was not only the young master's master, but also a godlike existence that they deeply looked up to. Chapter 568. After the evil emperor repaired the 8-leaf fire lotus, he called Ling Xiao to the side alone. "Shower, I don't know what kind of cultivation technique you are cultivating to be able to cultivate the 5 attributes to your current level, but there is one thing that I am sure of, and that is that your cultivation technique is definitely not bad. Master will not ask you to abolish your original cultivation technique and cultivate it again, as that will not benefit you at all. I only have one technique that I can teach you, and whether or not you can comprehend it will depend on your own ability." The evil emperor said with his hands behind his back. Ling Xiao listened attentively. He also wanted to know what kind of cultivation technique the evil emperor could teach him. When he was in the Purple Sky sect, although Mu Huai was his master in name, Mu Huai did not teach him much. After all, his cultivation technique was different from Mu Huai's. The evil emperor continued to speak. "The reason why I was able to cultivate the 5 attributes to my current realm is all because of the supreme evil king divine art that I created myself. I fused my own attributes into one and cultivated them, achieving the effect of doubling the effort." Supreme Evil King Technique? Ling Xiao asked curiously. Why did he feel that the name sounded a little awkward? The evil emperor revealed a proud expression and said, "Why is this cultivation technique's name awesome? It took me a long time to come up with it." "Awesome, awesome." Ling Xiao nodded his head repeatedly, but in his heart he was thinking, "Master is really narcissistic. Even if this mysterious technique of mine isn't at the god level, it won't be too far from it. Moreover, this cultivation technique is unique, and others won't be able to find it even if they want to learn it." The evil emperor continued to speak proudly. After pausing for a moment he said, "Next I will teach you the chant for the Supreme Evil King technique. You must remember it well." After saying that, the evil emperor recited the cultivation technique to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao memorized every single word of the chant. After waiting for Ling Xiao to completely memorize it, the evil emperor began to explain the main points and essence of the Supreme Evil King technique. Through the explanation, Ling Xiao finally understood what kind of cultivation technique this was. It turned out that this was a cultivation technique that mixed all attributes together. As long as one could fuse all the attributes together, it would be equivalent to cultivating only one type of fusion attribute. The final attack would be the superposition of 5 types of spirit energy, and each attack would contain 5 times the energy of the attack, making it invincible among the same level. Although it was a fusion of attributes, it could also be used to attack with a single attribute. It did not prevent the various attributes from being used in turn. Ling Xiao felt that the evil emperor's Supreme Evil King divine art was similar to the 3 parts returning to origin technique. The 3 origin chi was also a cultivation of 3 attributes at the same time. He only needed to absorb one type of origin chi to be able to absorb 3 different attributes of the same. Not only that, when the 3 parts origin returning chi reached the 5th transformation, spirit transformation, it would be able to fuse all of its attributes together. Just like the Supreme Evil King divine technique, it only needed to absorb one type of spiritual energy, and it would be able to transform it into different attributes. Not only that, the 3 origin chi could not fuse all 5 attributes together like the Supreme Evil King technique. It was just that the 3 origin chi could not fuse all 5 attributes together to attack like the Supreme Evil King technique. Even if it was the 3 divine fingers, it could only combine 3 attributes to form an attack. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao was inspired. Since these kinds of divine arts were on par with each other, why not combine them into one and make them even more powerful? Ling Xiao did what he thought of. He needed to fully understand the Supreme Evil King technique and see if his idea was correct. For 7 consecutive days, Ling Xiao closed his eyes and meditated. He kept fantasizing about the similarities and differences between the Supreme Evil King technique and the 3 origin chi. In comparison, he found that the Supreme Evil King technique seemed to be a modified version of the 3 origin chi, because according to the first key of the unique Evil King technique, it was to cultivate the spirit transformation realm, but the unique Evil King technique was not like the 3-part origin returning chi that could be used autonomously. It lacked a bit of spirituality, and the unique Evil King technique was not as clear as the 3-part origin returning chi. Generally speaking, the 2 techniques had their own strengths. Ling Xiao was completely immersed in the comparison of the 2 techniques. He wanted to know how to extract the strengths and weaknesses of the 2 techniques, and then use their strengths to make up for their weaknesses. In the blink of an eye, another month passed. Ling Xiao had already returned to heaven and earth. It was as if everything around him had nothing to do with him. Suddenly he opened his eyes. With a flip of his palm, A ball of spiritual fire instantly rose up. Then, a gray energy spread out, followed by white, gold, and green appearing at the same time. 5 different attributes, only 3 of them showed signs of mixing, while the gold and green were excluded. Ling Xiao frowned slightly, and silently recited the chant of the Supreme Evil King technique in his heart. The 5 attributes seemed to gradually get closer to each other, but they were unable to mix together. It is first mixed in the body, then forced out. The evil emperor's voice quietly rang in Ling Xiao's ears. Ling Xiao withdrew all the energy from his palm, and started to circulate it again. The 5-colored whirlpool dantian in his body kept spinning, and the 5 attributes of energy were mixed together, and extracted towards the golden meridians. The 5 types of energy were mixed together, and the energy was extremely explosive and powerful, causing Ling Xiao's already expanded meridians to feel pain. In the end, he still squeezed out a small ball of 5-colored energy. He felt that the power of this energy ball was even more explosive than what he usually condensed. He himself cultivated all 5 attributes at the same time. His aura was much stronger than other martial artists of the same level. However, this energy mass that was fused together was several times stronger than his usual. It was just like the terrifying energy produced by the 3 divine fingers. He couldn't help but wonder, if he could fuse the 5 attributes together and use the 3 divine fingers, wouldn't the power be even more terrifying? However, it was already very difficult to extract the 5 types of energy at the same time, and to use them smoothly and vividly. It was not something that could be done in a day. Not far away, the evil emperor looked at the 5-colored energy in Ling Xiao's hands in astonishment, and a bitter feeling arose in his heart. How can this kid do it so quickly? I've spent hundreds of years to evolve and create this divine art. Looks like I didn't take this disciple for nothing. In the following days, under the guidance of the evil emperor, Ling Xiao used the Supreme Evil King technique to absorb spiritual energy to cultivate. 5 different types of spiritual energy continuously gathered towards his Tianling acupoint. And in the end, all of them fell into the rainbow dantian. With regards to this, he was too familiar with the Supreme Evil King technique and the 3 parts origin qi, so it only took Ling Xiao a few days to be able to hold it. The evil emperor almost collapsed. In the end, he could not help but ask, "Kid, how did you do it in such a short period of time?" "Ugh, this disciple is talented and intelligent. This cultivation technique is not difficult to comprehend." Ling Xiao spread out his hands and said sincerely. When the evil emperor heard this, he immediately left in defeat. He realized that accepting this disciple was too much of a blow to him. He had spent hundreds of years to create a divine art, and the arduous process of kneading it was not something that could be done in a short period of time. Thinking back to the time when he had fused the 5 attributes together, it had taken him a full 3 years to achieve a small success. At that time he felt that he could be called a genius. He never thought that the disciple he had accepted would be even more abnormal. In less than 2 months, he had reached the small success realm. This made him feel ashamed, and at the same time, he was glad that he had accepted such a monstrous disciple. Of course, the evil emperor did not expect that the 3 parts origin qi that Ling Xiao cultivated was very similar to his unique evil king technique. Ling Xiao had already cultivated the 3 parts origin qi for a few years, and his understanding of it was already completely clear. Of course, it would not be too difficult for him to cultivate the unique evil king technique that was similar to it. However, Ling Xiao always felt that the 2 divine arts could definitely be fused together. Only by learning from each other's strengths and making up for each other's weaknesses would it be easier and faster to cultivate, and the power would be even greater. In the following days, Ling Xiao painstakingly studied the method to fuse the 2 divine arts. The evil emperor did not disturb him, and allowed him to explore on his own. Taking advantage of his free time, he went out a few more times. Every time he came back, he would bring back extremely high-level strange flowers and herbs for the people around Ling Xiao, and urge them to immediately absorb them to increase their power. At the same time, he would also teach them some cultivation insights and experiences, so that they would have a clearer understanding of the direction of their advancement. Everyone was extremely grateful to the evil emperor for his generosity in teaching them. In half a year, The group had corresponding breakthroughs and improvements under the supervision of the evil emperor. The savage leopard and the prodigal did not advance, but their strength had become even more consolidated. The blue flood dragon, on the other hand, had been rewarded with a water attribute beast core and a stock of 7th grade water attribute spirit herb by the evil Tharch. It had finally advanced to become a low-tier 7th grade powerful spirit beast, and its strength was already comparable to a low-tier mystic Tharch. The Golden Wolf King's advancement was even faster. It had been forcefully fed 2 tier 6 beast cores and 2 stocks of tier 6 high-tier spirit herbs by the evil Tharch, and it had broken through from tier 5 high-tier to tier 6 mid-tier. However, during the advancement process, it had almost shed a layer of skin. The explosive energy contained in the 2 tier 6 beast cores was not something it could withstand, but it was directly suppressed by the evil Thearka's powerful energy. Finally, it had dissipated that energy and was able to achieve the magnificent feat of advancing continuously. Poison Scorpion, under the guidance of the evil emperor, finally stepped into the realm of half-supreme. As long as he could realize his own Tao, he would become a true supreme. This almost made Poison Scorpion cry tears of joy. One had to know that he had been stuck at the peak stage of the Earth Sovereign for a long time. However, he did not receive any praise from the evil emperor for his great improvement in strength. Instead, he received a torrent of abuse. According to the evil emperor's original words, Poison Scorpion is a stupid pig. If he can't even realize his own Tao, he might as well commit suicide. When Poison Scorpion heard this, he almost wanted to find a hole in the ground and bury himself in it. Finally, the evil emperor gave him a final warning. If he did not step into the supreme stage before he left, he would be killed. Otherwise, he would be useless. The others were frightened by the evil emperor's prestige, and they all worked hard to break through. Kai Xieyue, Bai Yushi, Wei Dyer, Hua Xiaogui, Tang Guoda Lone Eagle, Li Kuanghu Leng Shi, and the 8 generals all used the spirit herbs provided by the evil emperor and advanced 1 level each. Yi Yinfeng broke through from the high-stage monarch stage to the Earth Sovereign stage, and he was the only one who was praised by the evil emperor. Feng Xianyun's physique was outstanding, and she did not need the support of the spirit herbs to advance to the high-stage Earth Sovereign stage. The evil emperor did not treat Feng Xianyun with any respect, but a strong sense of admiration flashed in his old eyes. As for Xian Yao, the evil emperor did not give him any guidance, but he gave him an ancient scroll, which made Xian Yao cry in joy. Chapter 569. In the blink of an eye, Ling Xiao and the others had already stayed in the space that the evil emperor had opened up for 7 months. Ling Xiao studied the pros and cons of the 2 cultivation techniques, and finally extracted the advantages of the 2, combining the 2 divine arts into one to cultivate. He named the new technique Supreme Returning to Origin Technique. It was a completely new technique that belonged solely to him. Not only did it have the self-circulation and distinct levels of the 3 parts origin qi, but it also had the effect of absorbing 5 types of attributes at the same time. The amount of spirit energy absorbed would be 5 times that of others, and the speed at which one could advance would greatly increase. There was a huge difference between his cultivation technique and the unique Evil King technique, and that was that no matter if it was 2 or 3 types of martial arts, it could be cultivated. It was not like the unique Evil King technique, which required 5 types of martial arts to be cultivated at the same time in order to unleash the power of the technique. Although Ling Zhao's cultivation technique was improved from 2 types of cultivation techniques created by his predecessors, it had also created a new era of cultivation techniques. This was because this cultivation technique could be cultivated by any martial warriors with multiple attributes. As long as those martial warriors with multiple attributes possessed the unique origin qi, they would not need to cultivate multiple cultivation techniques at the same time, thus reducing the time spent on cultivation and greatly increasing the speed of their advancement. Ling Xiao did not know that his improved cultivation technique from the 2 divine arts had become a top-notch divine-level cultivation technique, causing the future generations to revere him. Ling Xiao discussed this cultivation technique with his master, the evil emperor. After a round of comprehension, the evil emperor could not help but exclaim, "That's right, previously when I created the unique Evil King technique, I felt that it was lacking something, but now I realize that after you improved it, it is perfect, haha, good. Master did not misjudge you. Your comprehension ability can be said to be a genius. Ling Xiao blushed a little from the evil emperor's praise. After all, he had only borrowed the strengths of the 2 cultivation techniques to make up for his shortcomings, and did not make too many innovations. This title of Heaven's Chosen Genius made him feel very guilty. However, it was not convenient for him to explain to the evil emperor that his other cultivation technique came from another world. He was afraid that if he said it, the evil emperor would treat him as a madman. Therefore, Ling Xiao could only hide the secret in his heart. Xiao, now that you've mastered the unique evil king mystic art, and you've even improved it, I'm sure you'll be able to surpass me in the future. I have no more regrets, the evil emperor said. He had thought that it would take at least a year for Ling Xiao to comprehend and learn the unique evil king technique. Unexpectedly, Ling Xiao only needed to memorize the incantation to master it in 2 months. Then he spent another half a year to improve the divine technique. This really surprised and delighted him. It's all thanks to Master's guidance, Ling Xiao said modestly. It's rare for you to know how to be humble. The evil emperor laughed lightly, then said, Master doesn't have anything else to teach you now, so I'll tell you about some of the comprehensions and breakthroughs between the various stages. Ling Xiao listened quietly. The experience and comprehension of his master, a super expert who had already stepped into the heaven realm, was not something that ordinary people could listen to. Moreover, his master and he cultivated 5 attributes at the same time. After several days of explanation, Ling Xiao only understood half of it. You just need to remember what Master said these few days. In the future, when you break through, you will naturally understand, the evil emperor said. Ling Xiao replied, Your disciple understands. After pausing for a moment, he asked the question that he had always wanted to ask. Master, what realm has your strength reached now? The evil emperor asked. Do you really want to know? Ling Xiao hurriedly nodded and replied. Of course I want to know. Your disciple still wants to catch up to your strength as soon as possible. Haha, kid, you have some ambition. However, if you want to catch up to Master's strength, I'm afraid it won't be easy without thousands of years of effort. The evil emperor laughed happily. Thousands of years of effort? It takes so long. Ling Xiao sighed. And this time is already considered to be overestimating you. You need to know that the higher the level, the more energy you need to accumulate, and the more profound your understanding of advancing will be. It will not be as fast as before, the evil emperor replied. He then said, Master's realm has already reached the middle stage of the Holy Emperor, and Master has already lived for nearly 10,000 years to reach this level of strength. In the central region, I can already be considered to be at the top, but in the heaven realm, I am still too small. Master has already reached the middle stage of the Holy Emperor realm. This kind of strength is still very small in the heaven realm? Ling Xiao exclaimed. The evil emperor nodded and said, That's right, there are many experts in the heaven realm, and there are many people like me. This is also the reason why Master wants to return to the central region, to find a disciple to pass on my legacy. I don't know when I will be killed in the heaven realm, and I don't want my supreme evil king technique to be lost just like that. Master, the mystic emperor can already dominate the central region. Could it be that there are many holy emperors in the heaven realm? Or are there many god realm existences in the heaven realm? Ling Xiao asked curiously. In his heart, there was a faint desire to go to the heaven realm to see the legendary saint and god realm existences. Actually, your understanding of the realms isn't very clear. Let me tell you about the realms after Emperor Xian. Actually, it isn't as you think, divided into the saint and god realms. Breaking the emperor realm to enter the saint realm is just a normal saint realm. There is still a huge gap between the 2 realms and the saint emperor realm. Saint realm and saint emperor realm belong to the saint level, and the difference between the 2 realms is like the other realms. Although there is only 1 word difference between the 2 realms, the gap between the 2 realms is like 100,000 miles. After the saint emperor realm is the god realm, but after the god realm is still divided into the god king realm and the incipient god realm. As for whether or not there is a higher realm, I don't know. You should know that there is no limit to martial arts. As long as you have enough comprehension and talent, you will eventually break through the limit. After Ling Xiao heard this, he fell into a state of shock and sluggishness. He had always thought that after the mystic emperor realm was the saint and god realms. However, he did not know that there were two more stages between the saint and god realms. They were the saint, the holy emperor, the god king, and the incipient god realm. These stages made Ling Xiao feel a heavy pressure. No wonder his master was afraid that something bad would happen to him in the heaven realm. There was a whole new world above the heaven realm. The holy emperor might just be an ordinary character there. You don't have to think too much. You don't have to think too much about it. There aren't many Saint Realm experts in the Central Territory, and the only way to continue breaking through once you've attained that realm is to reach the heaven region. You should focus on improving your strength for now, and you can come look for me once you've attained the Saint Realm. The evil emperor patted Ling Xiao on the shoulder, and then he placed a crystal in Ling Xiao's hand. This is a life crystal. You'll be able to sense my location once you've arrived at the Central Territory. Ling Xiao carefully put away the transparent crystal. I have taught you everything I can, and I believe that you will be able to surpass me. In another year, you must participate in the imperial ranking competition, and strive to become the champion. Don't let your master's reputation down, the evil emperor said. He then said, there are still a few months before the 1-year period ends. You should stay here quietly and increase your strength. I will go out for a walk and then return to the heaven realm. When Ling Xiao heard the evil emperor's words, it seemed that he was going to leave now, and a sense of reluctance arose in his heart. He hadn't been with the evil emperor for too long, but he had learned many things from the evil emperor that others would never be able to learn in their entire lives. He knelt down heavily towards the evil emperor and said, Master, take care. This disciple will definitely go to the heaven realm to see you as soon as possible. The evil emperor revealed a slight smile, then rubbed Ling Xiao's head and said, Remember, don't let your master's reputation down. With that, he disappeared from the space. At the same time, there were a few changes in the space, as if the defense of the space had changed. Master, you must take care. Your disciple will definitely not let you down. Ling Xiao stood up and thought with determination. After the evil emperor left, Ling Xiao began to wholeheartedly cultivate. During the day, he would cultivate the unique origin energy, and at night, he would study the second stage of the soul-controlling art, soul control. Time flowed like water, and a few months quickly passed. The 1-year period was already up. Ling Xiao's strength increased rapidly, reaching the peak of the low-level Earth Emperor realm. This was the first time in recent years that he had quietly closed his cultivation. One of the reasons why he was able to reach the peak of the low-level Earth Emperor realm so quickly was because the unique origin energy could absorb 5 types of spiritual energy at the same time, greatly increasing his cultivation speed. And the 3 foreign objects in his sea of consciousness were also absorbing spiritual energy for him at all times. Furthermore, he had previously consumed the Demon Emperor flower, so there wouldn't be any obstacles on his path to becoming an emperor. Before he left, Poison Scorpion finally comprehended his own Tao, and achieved the true strength of an Empyrean. He laughed crazily and said, Lord Evil Emperor, young master, I've finally become an Empyrean. Unfortunately, the evil emperor could not hear his words. Ling Xiao stopped cultivating. He was not in a hurry to leave, but chose to concoct pills. Now that the strength of the people who followed him had increased slightly, before he left, he had to prepare a batch of pills in case of emergencies. At the same time, he had to improve the strength of the people who could still improve. Ling Xiao had long been a level 6 alchemist. Now that his spiritual energy had increased significantly, he was even more adept at concocting level 6 pills. When the group found out that Ling Xiao was already a level 6 alchemist, they were all shocked, especially the newly joined Yi Yinfeng. This was the first time he had seen his boss's true abilities, and he was even more impressed. While Ling Xiao was concocting pills, he let Hua Xiaogui watch from the side. He believed that after watching him concoct pills, Hua Xiaogui would gain some enlightenment and step out of the level 3 realm to become a level 4 alchemist. Sure enough, on the 5th day of Ling Zhao's concoction, Hua Xiaogui finally gained some enlightenment and refined a level 4 king pill. This made him extremely happy. It was much more difficult to advance the ranks of an alchemist than to advance through cultivation. Every increase in rank meant that one's status would become more distinguished. Hua Xiaogui had entered the level 4 realm, and he could be considered to have started on the path of alchemy. Chapter 570. Ling Xiao had concocted a batch of pills of different grades. In addition to healing pills, there were also pills for leveling up, such as the King Pinnacle Pill, the Emperor Ascension Pill, the Spirit Sovereign Pill, and the Transcendent Pill. The Majestic Elixir was used to increase the success rate of breaking through to the Earthly Sovereign Realm. The Emperor Elixir was used to advance to the Earthly Sovereign Realm. The Spirit Elixir and Reincarnation Elixir had similar effects to the Majestic Elixir and the Emperor Elixir respectively. The difference was that the former was used to increase the success rate of breaking through to the Celestial Master Realm, while the latter was used to advance to the Celestial Master Realm. These elixirs were very precious even in the central region. Ling Xiao had seen them at the auction in Fengdu before. He distributed some elixirs to everyone to help them advance to the next level. At the same time, he planned to keep some to sell at the auction. Since Ling Xiao almost lost the soul-controlling art a year ago, he felt that he had to earn a lot of Xian crystals. Without enough Xian crystals, he would not be able to get what he wanted in the future. Ling Xiao distributed the elixirs to everyone. Xian Yao, Yi Yunfeng, and Poison Scorpion took the elixirs and advanced to the next level. Within a year, Xian Yao had reached the peak of the Monarch Realm. He had taken the Monarch Pill and broken through to the low-level Earth Sovereign Realm. Then he had taken the Emperor Ascension Pill and directly advanced to the mid-level Earth Sovereign Realm. Previously, Yi Yunfeng had broken through to the low-level Earth Sovereign Realm by himself. After taking the Emperor Ascension Pill, he had also reached the mid-level Earth Sovereign Realm. If he used the Spirit Ascension technique to increase his combat strength by 3 times, he would have few opponents in the same level as him. He could even fight against opponents 1 level higher than him. Unfortunately, after using this technique, he would be completely powerless for 3 days. Poison Scorpion took the Reincarnation Elixir and advanced to the middle-level Heavenly Master Realm. Never in his wildest dreams did he imagine that he would be able to advance 2 ranks within a year. He was truly elated. He was very glad that he had chosen to follow his young master. Otherwise, he would not have reached this level in the blink of an eye. This was equivalent to reducing decades or even hundreds of years of cultivation. The others could not take the elixirs for the time being. After all, they had not reached the edge of breaking through and were not suitable to take the elixirs. After leaving, Ling Xiao gathered everyone together. A year has passed, and I'm very happy to see that everyone's strength has made a small breakthrough. However, I hope that none of you can be arrogant and conceited. After all, there are still many people who are stronger than us. Now that we're preparing to leave, I'll let the military advisor tell us what we should do in the future, said Ling Xiao seriously. Everyone became solemn. They had no objections to Ling Xiao's words. Xian Yao took a step forward and gently waved the white paper fan in his hand. Since young master has appointed me as his military advisor, then I believe that I am qualified to take on this heavy responsibility. He paused for a moment before continuing. Just as Lord Demonic Emperor said, our strength is still very weak. If we want to establish a foothold in the central region, we are still too insignificant. If you follow young master now, you will only become a burden to him. Not many of you will be able to help young master. Don't deny this. Speaking up to this point, many of them revealed expressions of guilt. Indeed, when they followed by Ling Xiao's side, they couldn't help much. It was almost always young master who was protecting them. Now that Xian Yao had pointed this out, they felt ashamed. Li Kuanghu stood up and said, "Military advisor is right. Without young master, there would be no Kuanghu today. However, we can't help young master with his worries. Instead, young master has to protect us everywhere. This makes me feel guilty. Military advisor, what should we do so that we can help young master as soon as possible?" At this time, the others followed in unison. Military advisor, Please give us instructions so that we can help young master as soon as possible. Their thoughts were the same as Li Kuanghu's. They hoped that they could truly do something for Ling Xiao. Xianyao looked at everyone with satisfaction and said, "Good. Since you have such determination, then I will guide you on the path to take in the future. As for whether or not you can become truly strong, it will depend on your own luck." Poison Master, Solitary Eagle, Kuanghu Cold Snake, where are the 8 generals? Xianyao shouted. The 12 of them stood up at the same time and replied, "Here. Your main battlefield will be the 10,000 Broken Mountain Range, where countless mercenary groups gather. High-level spirit beasts and rare herbs can be found everywhere, and opportunities are everywhere. Your goal is to blend into the mercenary groups and become stronger on your own. I will give you 10 years to develop. I want you to become the best of the mercenary groups in the 10,000 Broken Mountain Range, and form your own mercenary group," Xianyao announced. After pausing for a moment he continued, "Of course, if you are unable to do this, then it is possible that you have already become a ghost under the claws of other spirit beasts. If you do not die, then you will become stronger. This is the path that you must walk." The 12 of them looked at each other and replied in unison, "Yes, Bai Ming. Very good. Right now your strength is still too weak. There is no need to be too anxious. Young Master has given you pills to improve your strength. 10 years is enough for you to do a lot of things. Poison Master will be responsible for escorting you," Xianyao said slowly. "Military advisor, if they become mercenaries, then what should we do?" Yi Yunfeng asked impatiently. Now that his strength had greatly improved, he could not wait to find someone to practice his skills. Moreover, becoming a free mercenary had always been his dream. It was only because of his status in the family that he had not put it into practice. Now that the opportunity was right in front of him, he naturally did not want to miss it. Your goal is not to become an ordinary mercenary. You have more important things to do, Xianyao said as he looked at Yi Yunfeng. What is it? Military advisor, tell me quickly. Yi Yunfeng asked anxiously. You have to participate in the Imperial Ranking Tournament in a year's time. During this year, you have to consolidate your strength and try to shine brilliantly in the Imperial Ranking Tournament. Perhaps you'll have a chance to fix your shortcomings, said Xianyao. The Imperial Roll Tournament? That is a gathering of all the earthly sovereigns within 100 years of age in the central region. To be able to enter the top 1,000 is already very impressive, Yi Yunfeng said with a look of longing. There were countless earthly sovereigns in the central region, and the Imperial Ranking Tournament that was held once every 10 years was even more exciting. The elite experts of the major sects and clans would all come out to fight for the chance to shine in the Imperial Ranking Tournament. The earthly sovereigns who could enter the top 100 would be conferred the title of Battle Emperor. Those who entered the top 10 would be conferred the title of Killer Emperor. Those who won first place would be conferred the title of First Sovereign, and would become famous in the central region. In the past, those who could enter the Killer Emperor title would have limitless achievements in the future, and the First Sovereign, who appeared in every Imperial Roll Tournament, was a supreme existence who would ascend to the throne in the future. The combat strength of these people was already comparable to that of a Celestial Venerable. Once they became Celestial Venerables, they would be invincible among their peers. Yi Yunfeng had lived in the central region since he was a child, so he had naturally heard of the Imperial Roll Tournament. It had been his ultimate dream since he was a child. Your goal is not just to enter the top 1,000, but to enter the top 100, Xianyao said seriously as he stared at Yi Yunfeng. What? Don't joke around, military advisor. Although my strength has improved, it's obviously impossible for me to enter the top 100, Yi Yunfeng said while waving his hands. Of course it's impossible with your current strength, but you must have this strength in 1 year. Otherwise you can scram back to the Yi family, Xianyao said confidently. This? Yi Yunfeng didn't know what to say for a moment. He felt that Xianyao's requirements were too high. One had to know how vast the central region was. There were as many earthly sovereigns within 100 years of age as there were hairs on a cow. Moreover, the elite combat strength of the various major sects and clans was even more terrifying. He was only a mid-level earthly sovereign who had relied on elixirs to advance, so he didn't have the confidence to enter the top 100. Don't worry. Continue to cultivate quietly this year. The young master will provide you with sufficient spirit herbs and mysterious crystals to absorb. It will be enough for you to make another breakthrough in 1 year, Xian Yao said. Yi Yunfeng clenched his fists and said, All right. Since military advisor thinks so highly of me, I will definitely not disappoint everyone. Yi Yunfeng will definitely enter the top 100 and become famous in the central region. Xian Yao and Ling Xiao looked at Yi Yunfeng with satisfaction. They believed that he wouldn't disappoint them. Then Xian Yao looked at Hua Xiaogui and Tangguida. The two immediately became nervous, as if they were afraid that Xian Yao's requirements would be even higher. Both of you are geniuses in alchemy and blacksmithing. Your future will be based on your respective fields. However, following the young master will only hinder your development. Therefore, after you leave this place, you will head to the martial spirit city and join the martial spirit court. That is where you belong, Xian Yao said. The number 1 martial spirit court? Everyone cried out in surprise. Hua Xiaogui and Tangguida revealed a look of disbelief. They never thought that Xian Yao would make such an arrangement. The martial spirit court was the number 1 power in the central region. If they wanted to recruit disciples or even guards, their requirements would definitely be very high. Could the two of them really enter the martial spirit court? At this time, even Ling Zhao's expression changed. Xian Yao ignored everyone's gaze and continued. Your fate is in your hands. Whether you can grasp it or not depends on yourself. Of course, I believe that with your tenbin and opportunities, you will become the most outstanding alchemy and blacksmithing masters in the future. This is the only way you can help the young master and share his burden. After Hua Xiaogui and Tangguida heard this, they looked at each other and nodded heavily. Cruel Leopard and Zai Zai will stay by the young master's side and take on the responsibility of protecting the young master. I will not make any arrangements for the other young ladies. Everything will depend on your own opportunities. Xian Yao glanced at the woman beside Ling Xiao and said. He could make arrangements for other people, but when it came to Ling Zhao's women, he did not dare to make decisions on his own. If he did that, he would be overstepping his authority. At this time, Wei Dyer stood up and said, Military advisor, I am willing to join the mercenary group and fight with them. Although Wei Dyer's current strength had reached the high-level king level, she couldn't be of much help when she was by Ling Zhao's side. The other women were all more outstanding than her. She didn't want to be left further and further behind, so she wanted to join the mercenary group and return to her original profession. She wanted to make herself stronger and prove that she was definitely not just a pretty face. She wanted to prove that she was worthy of Ling Xiao. Chapter 571. Wei Dyer suddenly made such a decision, causing everyone to be stunned. Ling Xiao said, Dyer, stop messing around. You can just follow me and cultivate in the future. Now that Ling Xiao had become the leader of the group, and Wei Dyer's identity had been confirmed, he no longer called her sister. Instead, he called her by her name, which was more intimate. Ling Xiao could feel Wei Dyer's thoughts, but he didn't want Wei Dyer to take such a risk. Moreover, most of the mercenaries that she mingled with were ruffians who killed without batting an eye. If anything happened to her, Ling Xiao would be blamed for it for the rest of his life. Xiao, I don't want to stay by your side and become a burden to you. I can also help you. My current strength is too weak. I feel that I can only grow faster through tempering myself. In the future, I can also help you conquer the world. Wei Dyer held Ling Xiao's hand, her beautiful eyes filled with determination as she spoke. Ling Xiao immediately refused. No, those mercenaries are all cruel and merciless people. How can I bear to let you face that predicament? Stay by my side. I won't let you suffer. No. You don't understand. I'm not willing to live a mediocre life like this. I don't want to wait until you become an emperor or a saint in the future, and I still have nothing to do. Xiao, let me go. I definitely won't drag everyone down, Wei Dyer pleaded. Just as Ling Xiao wanted to say something, Kai Sheyue said from the side, Let Sister Dyer go. With the poison master protecting her, she should be fine. But Ling Xiao still wanted to say something, but he was once again interrupted by Kai Sheyue. If you force Dyer to stay by your side, she will not be happy for the rest of her life. She should have her own path to walk. We should respect her, shouldn't we? Sister, you is right. If I stay by your side forever and let you protect me, then I will be no different from a cripple. I will feel very unhappy. Shall please allow me to make a decision this time, okay? Wei Dyer begged again. This time, Ling Xiao was speechless. He was thinking about Wei Dyer's safety, but he neglected her feelings. She also needed to live an exciting life. Looking at her pleading eyes, Ling Xiao sighed and said, "All right, since you're so persistent, I won't force you. But remember, you have to be careful. Don't try to show off." "Yes, thank you for your smile. I won't disappoint you," Wei Dyer replied happily. At this time, Ling Xiao looked at Feng Xianyun, Kai Xiayue and Bai Yuxi and said indifferently, "Do you have any other thoughts?" Since even Wei Dyer wanted to go out and explore the world, he didn't know if the rest of them had the same idea. He had to ask them about it. Even though they were his women, Ling Xiao felt that it was necessary to respect their opinions. Feng Xianyun was the first to declare, "I don't want to leave you." Feng Xianyun was a priestess of the Gu clan, and the people of the Gu clan had always been faithful to their feelings. They would never be half-hearted. Even though Ling Xiao had broken her love Gu, her feelings for Ling Xiao were still the same. She couldn't leave Ling Xiao. She knew she couldn't do it. Kai Xiayue also echoed, "I don't want to leave you either." Ling Xiao was not surprised by the two women's attitude, and it also made Ling Xiao feel satisfied. After all, his life was lacking women. Finally, his gaze fell on Bai Yuxi. Bai Yuxi said helplessly, "Young master, I don't know how to choose. I just want to stay by young master's side and take care of you. But I'm afraid that young master will think that I'm not good enough." Bai Yuxi's heart was very conflicted. Her thoughts were actually very simple. She only wanted to be her young master's personal maid, and did not want to do anything else. But as Ling Xiao became stronger and stronger, more and more women would gather around him. Even Wei Dyer felt a sense of crisis, so how could she not be aware of it? She wanted to stay by Ling Xiao's side, but she was afraid that she would be ignored in the future. However, to let her join the mercenary group like Wei Dyer and spend her days in slaughter, she felt that it was too terrifying. Who asked her to be born weak? For a moment, she didn't know what to do. Ling Xiao lightly held her shoulders and said, "Yuxi, you stay by my side." Bai Yuxi was a woman who deserved to be cherished. Ling Xiao didn't dare to let her go like Wei Dyer did. After he established his power, he planned to hand all the servants over to Bai Yuxi to manage. This could be considered as giving her something to do. Everyone had been arranged, and everyone was ready to leave. Savage Leopard was the strongest among the group. He forcefully blasted a hole in the space, and countless sand and wind poured down from above. Everyone was already prepared, and they all shot towards the ground. When everyone was in midair, the original space had caved in. Everyone took a deep look at the ground and started a new journey. The 9 Blood Phoenix Eagles had already advanced to the 6th rank, and with them leading the way, it looked extraordinary. "Fraud, where is this place? How far is it from the Wind Capital?" Ling Xiao asked Xianyao. When he was brought here by the evil emperor, he didn't even see the road clearly. Now he felt abnormally confused about this boundless desert. This is the Desert of Wind, and it is indeed the Feng clan's territory, but it is already very far away from the Wind Capital. If we return to the Wind Capital from here, it will take at least a month to fly at full speed, Xianyao replied. "What, this place is already so far away from the Wind Capital? I remember when Master brought me here. It seemed like it only took a short while to arrive here." Ling Xiao cried out in surprise. Savage Leopard interrupted from the side. "The evil emperor is already a saint, and he can tear through space to fly. His speed is naturally not something we can compare with. If I fly at full speed back to the Wind Capital, I estimate that it will take about half a month." "That's right, the higher the strength, the faster the flying speed, not to mention the speed of a saint," Xianyao replied. He then said, "Right now we are not returning to the Wind Capital, but to the Sand Sky City. It is closer to here, and once we arrive at the Sand Sky City, it will be time to split up." "No problem, I will listen to you, Fraud," Ling Xiao nodded. Everyone flew in the desert of wind, and from time to time, some sand-piercing beasts that existed in the desert appeared. The strongest of the sand-piercing beasts were at the high stage of the fourth stage, and they were just the right opponents for everyone to practice with. In this desert, they could occasionally find some yellow sand and stones needed for refining, and they were all happily collected by Tangguagua. After flying for about 13 days, they finally arrived at the Sand Sky City. This was a city that existed at the edge of the desert, and the surrounding walls were like an iron fortress, completely isolating the wind and sand. Although the walls were sturdy, after thousands of years, or even tens of thousands of years of wind and sand erosion, they had also become yellow spots. After arriving at the Sand Sky City, Ling Xiao distributed some elixirs and spirit herbs to everyone, so that they could hold on to them for emergencies. At the same time, he told them to take out a few elixirs and auction them off when they reached the other cities, as a way to earn their first Xian crystals. In the central region, it was impossible to survive without Xian crystals. The Thousand Broken Mountain Range is a famous dangerous place in the central region. Opportunities and dangers always coexist, so you must be careful. Ling Xiao warned. Don't worry, young master. We will definitely survive. Poison Scorpion replied, and the others nodded firmly. I also believe that you will succeed. Ling Xiao replied. Xian Yao said. In 10 years you will constantly hear about the young master's deeds. After 10 years, you will naturally know where to find the young master. Poison Scorpion, Lone Eagle, Li Kuanghu, Cold Snake, Wei Dyer, and the 8 generals all bowed to Ling Xiao, then took the lead and set off on the journey to the Thousand Broken Mountain Range. Looking at the group of people leaving, Ling Xiao felt a lot of emotions in his heart. At the same time, he was also looking forward to the next time he saw them. Next, Hua Xiaogui and Tangguagua also had to go to the martial spirit city of the central region. The martial spirit city is different from other places. It is the true holy land of the central region, and countless people want to enter the martial spirit court and become a part of it. Although the two of you are Tenbin outstanding, it is still a waste that you were not discovered by the higher-ups of the martial spirit court. Here is a brocade pouch. When you arrive at the martial spirit court, open the brocade pouch and follow the instructions in the brocade pouch. You will obtain your own opportunities. Remember, do not open the brocade pouch until you arrive at the martial spirit court. You must be cautious along the way, do not make enemies with others, and endure everything. Xian Yao passed the 2 brocade pouches to Hua Xiaogui and Tangguagua respectively. Hua Xiaogui and Tangguagua replied in unison, Yes, military advisor. And if you can enter the martial spirit court, then in the future, you will also be as famous as the young master in the central region. I hope you will cherish this opportunity, and do not disappoint the young master. Xian Yao seemed to think highly of the two of them, and his eyes revealed a look of admiration. Little turtle, Guagua, this young master has high hopes for the two of you. Do not make the boss lose face. Ling Xiao heavily patted the two of them on the shoulder, and said encouragingly. Hua Xiaogui could not help but hug Ling Xiao tightly. With a reluctant tone he said, Boss, Little Turtle will definitely not lose face for you. Hua Xiaogui's friendship with Ling Xiao was like that of a brother, and it was difficult for others to understand. He secretly decided that no matter how high his achievements in the future, he would always be the boss's little brother, and would never betray the boss. Boss, you tricked me from the southern wasteland to here, and then you kicked me to the other side. It is really not good, but you are the first person that I, Tangguagua, admire. In the future, when I become a sacred tool master, I will definitely make you a peerless sacred tool. Tangguagua heavily punched Ling Xiao on the shoulder. Along the way, Tangguagua had been completely convinced by Ling Xiao's ability. Not only did he have monstrous combat strength, he also had such a loyal and powerful follower, and he also had the noble identity of a 6th-grade alchemist. All of these made him deeply convinced. In the future he must become a spiritual tool master, or even a sacred tool master, side by side with Ling Xiao and become famous in the central region. Good, I will wait for the time when you return from your studies, but at that time, you must be prepared. This young master will not wait for you, haha. Ling Xiao said with a heroic laugh. The 3 of them said their goodbyes, and in the end they parted ways. Chapter 572. Poison Scorpion, Lone Eagle, Hua Xiaogui, and Tang Guogua all went to different cities from the transmission array of Sansky City. Ling Xiao took Xian Yao, Cruel Leopard, and the others to the North Water boundary. Ling Xiao planned to rescue Yin Mingqian this year, and then participate in the Imperial List tournament. Although the Dark Water sect was a 5th grade sect, Ling Xiao's current strength was not enough to be afraid of because he already had 3 Xian Emperor level helpers. Cruel Leopard had already broken through to Xian Emperor a year ago, and his realm was already stable. With his experience and the 8 demonic saber that Ling Xiao taught him, he could even fight with a low-level Xian Emperor at the peak. His mount, the demonic armored leopard, had also been upgraded by the evil emperor to a low-level 7th grade spirit beast. The blue water dragon had also been upgraded to a low-level 7th grade spirit beast. Its strength was not what it used to be. With the help of these 3 helpers, why would Ling Xiao be afraid of a mere 5th grade sect? However, Cruel Leopard had some concerns. After all, the Dark Water sect was a branch of the Black Demon sect that he had originally established. After all, the Demon sect had many hidden forces. Although the Dark Water sect was a 5th grade sect, Cruel Leopard would not treat it as a 5th grade sect, because no one knew the secrets of the Demon sect better than him. Any opponent who looked down on the Demon sect had already gone to hell to repent. The North Water boundary was adjacent to the Death Soul mountain range. It was a famous and dangerous place in the central region. The North Water boundary belonged to the territory of the Black Demon sect, and occupied hundreds of cities. This was the sphere of influence of the wicked and a paradise for crime. Here, as long as your fist was hard enough and your strength was strong enough, you could do whatever you wanted and be a tyrant. For tens of thousands of years, the area between the North Water boundary and the Death Soul mountain range was the most chaotic. It was precisely because of such an environment that several bloodthirsty demons were born. The Black Demon sect had been established in such an environment. It hadn't been established for more than 10,000 years, but it had become one of the 18 great sects. So it was difficult for others to estimate its strength. The founding ancestor of the Black Demon sect, the Demon Emperor, was an ambitious and ruthless hero of his generation. Relying on his ruthless killing methods and astonishing tenbin, he gathered a large number of dark attribute experts and established the Black Demon sect in the North Water boundary. After thousands of years of development, the Black Demon sect developed into a 3rd grade sect in one fell swoop, and became an illustrious giant in the central region. It was a pity that the great ancestor of the Black Demon sect had been missing for more than 5,000 years. There were many different opinions in the outside world. Some people said that the Demon Emperor had been killed by the joint forces of other forces. Some people said that the Demon Emperor had failed to break through to the saint level, so he had fallen into the devil's path and died. Some people said that the Demon Emperor had been betrayed by his own brothers in the Black Demon sect, so he had been imprisoned forever. The Black Demon sect wasn't as powerful as it was today at that time. All the forces thought that the disappearance of the Demon Emperor would turn the Black Demon sect into a pile of loose sand. They thought that the Black Demon sect would fall apart. But the result was beyond everyone's expectations. After the disappearance of the Demon Emperor, who was a brother of the Demon Emperor, ascended to the position of the sect master. He reorganized the Black Demon sect with lightning speed. Then, after more than 1,000 years, the Black Demon sect announced that the Demon Emperor had become a saint. For a time, the Black Demon sect's limelight was close to that of many old and powerful forces. After another 1,000 years of development, the Black Demon sect had rebounded under the suppression of many forces. It had annihilated the Hall of Holy Light, a 3rd grade sect that had been ranked at the top of the 18 great sects. It had ascended to the 2nd place of the 18 great sects. Its strength was second only to the Martial Spirit Pavilion. It was on par with the Medicine sect, which was famous for its alchemy. Since the destruction of the Hall of Holy Light, many forces had issued a proposal to the Martial Spirit Pavilion, hoping that the Martial Spirit Pavilion would unite with other forces to suppress the Black Demon sect. But at this time, the Black Demon sect announced that it was willing to live in peace with many forces, and was willing to cede the territory occupied by the Hall of Holy Light. All the forces were confused by this move of the Black Demon sect. But after the forces divided the territory of the Hall of Holy Light, they no longer mentioned the matter of besieging the Black Demon sect. Therefore, the Black Demon sect had enough time to develop and solidify its position. They also rarely stirred up trouble, so many forces gradually let down their guard. No matter what, the evil sect's Xian technique that they cultivated had always made people feel that it was a crime against the heavens and reason. It was too cruel and could not be tolerated by the world. Therefore, it was difficult for the people of the Black Demon sect to coexist with the people of other forces. In recent years, the arrogance of the Black Demon sect had gradually risen. Many times, they had fought with many forces in some secret places for spirit treasures, killed people and robbed goods, and killed people of the same path. They had also appeared in some cities to capture babies, virgins, and virgins for the demon cultivators. This series of actions had caused the anger of many forces. But now that the Black Demon sect had been established, any forces that wanted to touch the Black Demon sect would face a strong counterattack. Until now, the Black Demon sect had become a code name in the hearts of many people. There were many powerful subsidiary forces under the Black Demon sect, and the Dark Water sect was only a medium subsidiary force of the Black Demon sect. It was a 5th-grade sect built on the edge of the North Water region. Every location of the Black Demon sect was built in an extremely harsh environment. It was not a place that ordinary people could find. The Dark Water sect was directly under the jurisdiction of the Dark Water sect, and it was only considered an above-average city in the North Water region. Like other cities in the North Water region, it was full of killing and chaos. After 2 months of traveling, Ling Xiao and the others finally arrived at the Dark Water sect. When Ling Xiao and the others appeared, they were immediately met with unfriendly looks from many fierce people. Especially when they saw the 3 beautiful women behind Ling Xiao, they didn't even try to hide the desire in their eyes. Even though the 3 women were covered with veils, they could still feel the aggressive gazes, which made them feel very uncomfortable. Bai Yuxi was the first to move closer to Ling Xiao in fear. Ling Xiao patted her shoulder and said, "Don't be afraid, young master is here." Ling Xiao's voice was like magic, and Bai Yuxi's fear was instantly calmed. "Young master, in this place, we can only compare who is more ruthless. Whoever is more ruthless can shock the scene. If it's just a simple killing, they won't feel afraid. Only when they feel fear from the bottom of their hearts will they not dare to provoke us." Savage Leopard's words rang in Ling Xiao's ears. In the North Water region, no one knew the situation here better than Cruel Leopard. He breathed in the atmosphere here, and his expression became wild. He felt as if he had returned to the arrogant attitude of when he dominated the North Water region in the past. Ling Xiao's lips curved into a faint smile. "Don't worry, I know what to do." Right now, he hoped that the troublemakers would come quickly. Before this, he had studied the 2nd stage of the mind-controlling art for a period of time, and had some understanding of it. He wanted to find someone to test out its power. Sure enough, not long after they entered the official road, the troublemakers came toward them. There weren't many people walking over, only 5 men. These 5 men looked very ugly and ferocious, which made people feel disgusted at first glance. Not only that, but several of them were more or less disabled. The person in the lead was a bald man with 2 ferocious intersecting scars on his head, which made people feel a sense of fear. The person on his left was a one-eyed man with a black eye patch, and an obscene expression in his other eye. The person on the right of the bald man had a pair of ears cut off, and his entire face looked particularly ugly and disgusting. The other 2 people were missing an arm and a leg. These 5 people were known as the 5 ugly and lewd monsters in Peng City, and they were famous for being lewd. The broken limbs and scars on their bodies were all caused by kidnapping women. Among these 5 people, the bald man was the strongest, and he had reached the strength of a low-level heavenly venerable. The one-eyed man and the earless man were high-level earthly emperors, and the other 2 were mid-level earthly emperors. The 5 people blocked in front of Ling Xiao and the others, and the bald man said in a hoarse voice, "Leave the women behind, and all of you get lost." Ling Xiao and the others had all cultivated the hidden breath technique, and everyone's strength was suppressed to the king stage. They looked like a very ordinary group of people. In the eyes of the 5 ugly and lewd monsters, They were really not worth mentioning. The prodigal boy stood out with a spear in his hand and shouted, "If you don't want to die, get lost. Where did this little brat come from? You're really arrogant. Didn't your parents tell you that a loose tongue can cause trouble?" The one-eyed man snorted with disdain. "Second brother, why are you talking so much to that kid? Just kill them and bring those 3 women to have some fun. Look at their figures, they're really of the highest quality. I can't hold it in anymore," the earless man said impatiently. At the same time, he took the lead and grabbed Kai Xiaoyue, who had the most voluptuous figure. "Zizi, remove his hand for me," Ling Xiao said indifferently. The prodigal boy received the order, and the spear in his hand instantly stabbed toward the earless man. The earless man didn't think much of it. He only felt that the other party was a young man, so how powerful could he be? However, as a low-level celestial venerable, the bald man's vision was naturally higher than that of the others. He could see that something was wrong with one glance. "Third brother, be careful," the bald man shouted in shock. At the same time, he pulled out the big knife on his back and slashed toward the prodigal boy. Unfortunately, although the bald man was alerted, it was too late. The prodigal boy stabbed the earless man's arm with his spear, then lifted him up and threw him toward the bald man who was attacking him. The earless man couldn't help but let out a shocking scream. The bald man had no choice but to stop and catch the earless man. The prodigal boy took the opportunity to get closer again, and the spear in his hand stabbed toward the 2 of them. The bald man raised his blade to meet the spear, and parried it to the side. Who knew that the prodigal boy was just making a feint? He let go of the spear and instantly appeared in front of the earless man, grabbing the earless man's injured arm with one hand. Pooh! Ah! A bloody arm was torn off by the prodigal boy. The earless man let out a heart-wrenching scream. "Bastard!" The bald man was furious. The big knife in his hand slashed toward the prodigal boy, and the terrifying cold knife light was about to cut the prodigal boy in half. At the same time, the other 3 members of the 5 ugly freaks also attacked the prodigal boy. Chapter 573. The prodigal threw his bloody arm at the bald man. His body emitted a powerful fiery glow as he fought with the 4 of them. The prodigal was already at the mid-stage of the 6th order, which was comparable to a mid-stage heavenly venerable. He was not afraid of the bald man and the others attacking him at the same time. With his strength, it would be effortless for him to kill all of them at the same time. However, Ling Xiao transmitted a message to him. "Zizai, don't be in a hurry to kill them. Let's fight with them for a while. Boss has other plans." The prodigal didn't understand Ling Xiao's plan, but he would absolutely obey Ling Xiao's words. For a moment, an intense battle between the 4 clowns and a youth appeared in the city. The surrounding people were all gathered to watch the show. They were all ruthless people, and not only were they not afraid of this kind of battle, but they were even more willing to watch a show. "Who is that kid? He's actually able to fight against 4 of them by himself, and he's still undefeatable. He's really powerful." "He's not just powerful. That Baldy has the strength of a heavenly venerable, and he can be considered a top figure in the city. There aren't many people who provoke the 5 clowns, but now they've actually encountered a tough one. It looks like they won't be able to win, and they might even lose their lives. Luckily, I didn't move just now. Those little girls look like they want to kill me, but it won't be peaceful for them to act so arrogantly. There are quite a few powerful old perverts in the city, and they're much stronger than the 5 clowns." "That's true, but look at how many of them haven't moved. They look like they're only at the king stage, but look at how calm they are. They don't look like they should have the bearing of someone at the king stage. They must be experts who have hidden their strength." Just as the prodigal was having fun fighting, Ling Xiao's expression turned cold, and the mind energy in his sea of consciousness surged like seawater. At this moment, he was using his mind energy to use the elementary mind contract incantation that he had just comprehended. After a series of adjustments, Ling Xiao condensed his mind energy into ancient and mystical runes. Waves of powerful mind energy flowed out of his sea of consciousness along with the runes, and the space above Ling Xiao's head was squeezed to the side by these runes. Runes were invisible and formless, but they were real existences. Only those who cultivated mental power, or were extremely powerful could sense them. As the runes were extracted, Ling Xiao's complexion became a little pale. His forehead was covered in a lot of sweat. It seemed as if he had just done some intense exercise. "Let me see how powerful it is." Ling Xiao mumbled with a proud smile. Then he shouted, "Go!" Those ancient runes blasted towards the bald man like burning curses. Xiao. The battle between the bald man and the prodigal was the most ferocious. Initially, he could not sense those invisible runes exploding into his sea of consciousness. When the runes completely entered the bald man's sea of knowledge, the bald man's movement stiffened, and he unexpectedly stopped attacking. His mind became unstable, and his entire body swayed like a drunkard. It looked as if he was playing a drunken game. The other 3 clowns, who were attacking the prodigal with him, saw that their big brother had suddenly stopped and was doing that weird action, making them feel that they couldn't understand what was going on. "Big brother, what's wrong with you? Quick! Quick, kill him together!" One-Eyed Dragon shouted. However, the bald man still turned a deaf ear and continued to play around in the same place like a clown. This caused the surrounding people to burst into laughter. Ling Xiao looked at the bald man with satisfaction, then ordered the prodigal, "Get rid of the others and leave this bald man alive." The prodigal immediately displayed his terrifying battle power after receiving the order. Bang bang! The prodigal's strongest move was to use his fists to solve problems. Among the 5 ugly and lascivious freaks, 4 of them had their heads smashed by the prodigal and died. The eyes of the onlookers turned cold. The dead 4 ugly and lascivious eccentrics were all Earth's sovereign realm experts, but their heads were smashed by a single punch. The strength of this young man made them think. So this young man is also such a fierce and ruthless person. In the North Water domain, killing was the pleasure of all evil people, and they would not feel afraid. However, killing depended on one's cruel means. Only the crueler the means, the more these evil people would be deterred. Killing people like the prodigal was only considered to be in their eyes, but it could not really scare them. However, in the next moment, they were completely shocked. They saw the prodigal walk towards the bald man. Then he grabbed the bald man's ears and directly tore them off. Ordinary people who suffered such a serious injury would scream in pain. But the bald man seemed to not feel the pain and actually kept laughing foolishly. The surrounding people were dumbfounded, and countless question marks appeared in their hearts. Is the bald man stupid? Ling Xiao's tiger-like eyes also revealed a bit of astonishment. Then, the prodigal forcefully tore off the bald man's 4 limbs, and the thick smell of blood instantly filled the air. The surrounding people's expressions changed, and some timid people even vomited on the spot. When the bald man's 4 limbs were removed, the rune effect in the bald man's sea of consciousness gradually disappeared, and his consciousness instantly became clear. Ah! A series of heart-wrenching screams resounded through the sky. The delayed screams made people's hair stand on end. What's going on? His limbs were removed just now, but he was laughing foolishly and did not cry out in pain. Why did he only cry out after the limbs were removed? Could it be that he has lost his mind? Or does he have a hidden illness to begin with? I don't think so. It should be that those people are strange, and they must have used some method to make the bald man stupid. But even a fool knows pain. He obviously did not feel pain just now. This kind of killing method is really satisfying. It seems that he is really an expert in killing. Let's get rid of him. Ling Xiao said faintly, and then continued to move forward with a few people. The prodigal smashed the bald man's head, then kept the space ring of the 5 clowns, before chasing after Ling Xiao. At this time, most of the surrounding people did not dare to openly look at the 3 women behind Ling Xiao like before. Although there were many evil people, their strength did not exceed the honorable level. Of course, they did not dare to go forward to provoke them. Ling Xiao and the others randomly found a place to stay. Ling Xiao recalled the beginner-level incantation he had just cast, and only felt that it seemed to be much weaker than a direct mental attack. However, it could make people lose their minds and temporarily turn them into idiots, which was quite fun. Looks like I can only cultivate the contract incantation to the intermediate level as soon as possible. Only then can I imprint the incantation in the opponent's sea of consciousness, and only then can I control the puppet. However, It's really difficult to condense mental power into a rune. Ling Xiao thought to himself. Savage Leopard, when do you think I should kill my way to the Blackwater sect? Ling Xiao asked Savage Leopard with his hands behind his back. Savage Leopard said respectfully, Young master, don't be anxious. I will go and capture the city lord of Ming City now, and see if I can obtain the necessary information from his memories. And then go quickly. I don't want to delay any longer, Ling Xiao replied. After Savage Leopard bowed, he disappeared in front of Xian Yao. Xian Yao looked at Savage Leopard's disappearing figure and said indifferently, He still has a knot in his heart that needs to be resolved. Don't be too anxious. And I can feel that he has a special feeling for this place. Ling Xiao replied softly, and then he said, Fraud, after I rescue Meng Qi, where do you think I should start? Ling Xiao had always wanted to build his own force, but he still didn't know where to start. After all, in such a big place like the Central Region, there were forces everywhere. Did he want to rob someone else's territory? Xian Yao said with a smile. Not far from the Perishing Soul Mountain is an ancient city called Hell City. It is said to be an ancient city that has existed for more than 100,000 years. The reason why it is called Hell City is because it is more chaotic than any other place. It is a place where mercenaries, roving bandits, and villains often camp. Almost every year, the city lord changes several times, and every time the city lord changes, the city will be stained with blood, so it is called Hell City. Because that place is too close to the Perishing Soul Mountain, and the yin energy of the Perishing Soul Mountain is too heavy. And it is also famous for being a dangerous place. Even the Black Demon sect doesn't want to take control of Hell City. They let those vagrants fight over it all the time. I think that it is the best place for young master to make a fortune. Hell City? Does it sound scary? Ling Xiao asked doubtfully. Xian Yao gently waved his white paper fan and said, There are battles there all year round, and those who are not strong enough will be killed. Even if someone can occupy it, they will be affected by the yin energy of the Perishing Soul Mountain after a long time. It is said that there was a rogue emperor-level cultivator who occupied Hell City for 3 years. He was the first city lord to occupy Hell City for the longest time in history, but then he died mysteriously in the city. This caused panic. So many strong people don't want to go to Hell City and get involved with bad luck. Only those vicious people who kill all year round have no choice but to stay in Hell City. According to what you've said, the Underworld City is an ominous place. Then you want me to start building my career there? You're clearly asking me to die, aren't you? Ling Xiao grumpily said. Even an emperor-level cultivator would only die. Ling Xiao wasn't arrogant enough to think that he was stronger than an emperor-level cultivator. Haha, young master, you don't need to worry. With your powerful fate as an undying cockroach, a mere Hell City can't do anything to you. Do you still remember Gu City? That was also known as the Southern Wasteland Forbidden Area. But didn't you still manage to get rid of it? I have confidence in you. Xian Yao smiled. Forget it, I don't think I have a powerful fate like a cockroach. Let's find another place, Ling Xiao said in fear. Xian Yao bitterly smiled. Hell City might be a dangerous place, but the spiritual energy there is no less dense than any large power. Cultivating there will double your efforts, and you won't have to worry about other powers fighting over it. You can develop in peace. What you say makes sense, but I don't want to get involved with that bad luck. Ling Xiao waved his hand and refused. Xian Yao shook his head and didn't say anything else. He knew that Ling Xiao's future Hell City was the only place he could build his career. Chapter 574. Ming City's city lord's mansion wasn't very grand, and from afar it looked rather dilapidated. From this, it could be seen that the city lord here didn't seem to care much about the environment he lived in. There weren't any strict guards here. Only waves of pleasant singing and dancing and unbridled laughter. Within the main hall of the city lord's mansion, there was a group of dancers constantly twisting their snake-like waists. Their wild and seductive bodies made the boorish men sitting around look at them with lustful eyes, and 1 or 2 of them even started drooling. The tall and sturdy man sitting at the very top was drinking big bowls of wine, and behind him were 2 young girls who were constantly serving him. This person was the city lord of Mound City, Xiong Hotian. His prestige in Mound City was extremely high, and even some of the great villains in the city would give him some face. He was an extremely lecherous person, and practically every night, he would set up a banquet in the city lord's mansion. He would listen to music and dance with his good friends, and in the end he would spend time with his good friends with women. Xiong Hotian drank a mouthful of wine and said, "I heard that those 5 ugly freaks were killed by someone?" One of the men below replied, "That's right, they were killed by a youth who doesn't look to be 20 years old. That youth and his people should have just arrived from another place, and there were even 3 women with them. They were covered with veils, and their appearances couldn't be seen clearly, but their figures were extremely good, and they looked like they wanted to do it." A youth who's not even 20 years old? And 3 women with extremely good figures? Xiong Hotian narrowed his eyes. That person then said, "That's right, I saw it with my own eyes, but it's quite strange." That person then told Xiong Hotian what had happened today, and especially emphasized the bald man's strange death. "It seems like there must be an expert among that group of people." Xiong Hotian revealed a thoughtful expression, and then asked, "Are they still in the city?" "They're staying at an inn on East 2nd Street, the man replied. "Good. Looks like they're quite courageous. Tomorrow, I'll personally go meet them and see if they're willing to gift those 3 women to me," said Xiong Hotian loudly. After that, he tossed aside the bowl in his hand and pulled one of the young women beside him into his embrace. A greedy expression appeared on his face, and he directly tore off the young woman's clothes, revealing her jade-white skin. Her ample breasts gently swayed, causing people's blood to surge. The men below all swallowed their saliva, looking anxious. Xiong Hotian lowered his head and sucked on the flower bud of the young girl's chest. His empty hand continuously roamed around the young girl's body, causing the young girl to let out waves of enchanting sounds. Xiong Hotian did not seem to be satisfied with this. He picked up the young girl and tore off all of her clothes. He also tore off all of his clothes, revealing his sinister body. Then he ruthlessly stabbed the girl's lower body. A high-pitched voice rang out. The men below could not bear it any longer, and all of them threw themselves at the dancers, as if their bodies would explode and they would die if they were even a moment slower. For a moment, the hall of the city lord's residence was filled with an intense scene of panic. The startled cries of women accompanied by the rough panting of men filled the entire residence. A figure stepped through the air, his face filled with a bloodthirsty expression. His entire body emitted a thick black fog. The black fog gradually merged with the darkness of the night, as if there was nothing strange about it. The black fog gradually enveloped the city lord's residence. Everyone in the city lord's mansion was extremely happy, and they didn't seem to realize that danger had befallen them. That figure passed through the black fog and entered the residence. At this time, Xiong Hotian, who was in the midst of doing it, seemed to sense something, and he heavily pushed away the woman in his embrace. "Who is it?" Xiong Hotian did not even bother to put on his clothes as he turned around and shouted. The savage leopard slowly walked in, coldly glancing at the naked bodies. His expression revealed disdain, and he faintly said, "Someone who wants your life." "City Lord, he's the person who was with that youth today." After the man saw the savage leopard, he immediately spoke to Xiong Hotian. "Haha, how dare you? How many years has it been since someone dared to speak to me, Xiong Hotian, like this? You're the first." Xiong Hotian did not mind speaking with his naked body. He laughed loudly, then said with a gloomy expression, "I hate it the most when people disturb my business. I'm going to chop you into pieces and feed you to my spirit beast." With that, a circular gear appeared in Xiong Hotian's hand. At the same time, a powerful elemental light blossomed. The light converged to form a large circular gear that cut towards the savage leopard. Xiong Hotian had used his full strength from the very beginning, and had deduced the small universe. After all, the other party was definitely not weak since they could approach without anyone noticing. "Umph." The savage leopard coldly snorted and formed a blade with one hand. With a light wave, a powerful black blade light directly split the gear in half. Uft. Xiong Hotian only felt a sweet taste in his throat, and his entire body was sent flying, blood spurting out. The others all realized that something was wrong, and the men fled in all directions at the same time. Xiong Hotian was already a high-level celestial venerable, but he couldn't even take one move from the savage leopard. Not to mention that their strength was inferior to Xiong Hotian's. Swish swish. The savage leopard waved his 10 fingers, and rays of black energy shot out from his fingers. None of the people who fled were lucky enough to escape. Then, the savage leopard waved his hand, and the corpses were sucked into the air, and he slightly opened his hand. Rumble. The corpses instantly exploded, and a rain of blood fell from the sky. The savage leopard raised his head, and his eyes revealed an infatuated expression, allowing the blood rain to fall on his face. The women present were so frightened by this scene that they screamed, and some of them even fainted from fright. Xiong Hotian saw that the situation was bad, and he hurriedly flew up, preparing to escape from this place first. However, he realized that he had only flown over 10 meters when he seemed to be blocked by something, and he could not fly any higher. The arch dimension. Xiong Hotian revealed a horrified expression and exclaimed. Immediately after, Xiong Hotian felt a powerful suction force, causing him to fall down involuntarily. Bang! Xiong Hotian was smashed ruthlessly onto the ground, and his entire body was in a daze from the fall. My lord, spare me. Xiong Hotian endured the pain and begged the savage leopard for mercy. He could not understand why a mystic Tharch-tier super expert would look for him. Could it be that the other party heard their discussion just now? Thinking up to here, Xiong Hotian's entire body broke out in cold sweat. He had been acting like a tyrant in Dingqing for many years, and he naturally did not wish to die without knowing the reason. The savage leopard licked the blood at the corner of his mouth and said faintly, "Who is Mad Tooth to you?" Mad Tooth is? Xiong Hotian stuttered. You don't know Mad Tooth? The savage leopard's expression turned cold as he shouted. You are talking about Patriarch Mad Tooth? He is my patriarch. Xiong Hotian suddenly recalled and hurriedly replied. Your patriarch? Is he still overseeing Dingqing water sect now? The savage leopard frowned slightly and asked. Xiong Hotian swallowed his saliva and said, My lord, you are the main sect's grand elder? Just answer my question. If you say another word, you can die. The savage leopard said in a low voice. Yes, this lowly one knows. Xiong Hotian nodded repeatedly and said, Patriarch passed away 3,000 years ago. The one overseeing Dingqing water sect now is Patriarch Dark Ghost. Mad Tooth is dead. Could it be that he did not break through to the Tharch tier? The savage leopard revealed a somewhat melancholic expression. I heard that Patriarch Dark Ghost was only a half-emperor back then. This lowly one does not know how he died. Xiong Hotian replied. Who is that Patriarch Dark Ghost? What is his strength? The savage leopard asked again. He is the current Grand Elder overseeing the sect. I heard that he is a half-emperor. He is a major figure that the main sect arranged for, said Xiong Hotian. Just a half-emperor? The savage leopard muttered in disbelief. My lord, what else do you want to know? This lowly one will tell you everything he knows. Xiong Hotian saw that the savage leopard did not kill him, and from his tone, it seemed that the savage leopard and the savage leopard were old friends. This allowed him to see the light of hope. There's no need. It's still faster for me to find the answer myself. An ominous light flashed through savage leopard's eyes. Then he grabbed at Xiong Hotian's head. Xiong Hotian wanted to retreat, but he found that he was unable to move his body. No. My lord, spare me. Xiong Hotian wailed. Unfortunately, the savage leopard didn't care about him. He grabbed Xiong Hotian's head with one hand, and a powerful black suction force poured into Xiong Hotian's Tianling acupoint. Then, Xiong Hotian's soul was forcibly extracted. The savage leopard took a light breath and sucked Xiong Hotian's soul into his body. Xiong Hotian's body went limp, and before he could even close his eyes, he died just like that. The savage leopard digested the memories of Xiong Hotian's soul for a good while before opening his eyes. He said indifferently, Looks like the Dark Water Gate is still in the swamp forest. Then everything will be easy. Then the savage leopard casually waved his hand, and the black mist above the city lord's mansion disappeared. Not long after, the savage leopard returned to Ling Zhao's side. Young master, I've returned. The savage leopard bowed. Yes, is there any news? Ling Xiao asked. Yes, young master. The dark water gate is still in the swamp forest not far from here, replied the savage leopard. All right, then we'll kill our way there tomorrow. Ling Xiao revealed a dense killing intent. But the savage leopard hesitated, wanting to say something. If you have something to say, just say it, said Ling Xiao. It's just that the terrain of the swamp forest is steep, and it's filled with poisonous creatures. It won't be easy to go deep, explained the savage leopard. There's nothing to be afraid of. With your strength, could it be that you can't sweep them away? Ling Xiao said confidently. Young master, it's best to be careful. The poisonous miasma there is extraordinary. Even I have to be careful, warned the savage leopard. Yes, I know what I'm doing. Tomorrow, I'll immediately rush to the swamp forest and massacre the dark water gate. Ling Xiao answered impatiently. The savage leopard didn't say anything else. He faintly felt that this trip wouldn't be simple. Chapter 575. On this day, a shocking piece of news came from Necropolis City. The lord of Necropolis City, Xiong Hotian, had died naked on a woman's belly. When this news came out, Necropolis City was in an uproar. It should be known that Xiong Hotian was already a high-level heavenly venerable. With his strength, he was already considered a top existence in Necropolis City. Only a half-step emperor or above could kill him. Everyone guessed that Xiong Hotian had offended someone who could cover the sky with one hand. He had actually died so quietly, without even the news of a fight being heard. Just as the people in Necropolis City were guessing, the murderer, Cruel Leopard, had already left Necropolis City with Ling Xiao and the others. However, there were a few stupid people following them. When Ling Xiao and the others left Necropolis City, those people immediately summoned their spirit beasts to besiege Ling Xiao and the others. Needless to say, they had all come to die in vain. The North Water boundary is really chaotic. There are robbers everywhere. Ling Xiao sighed as he put away the spatial ring handed over by the prodigal. I think you can't wait for more people to come. That way, your income will come faster. Xian Yao laughed at the side. Haha, fraud god knows me best. Ling Xiao laughed heartily. Xian Yao was right. He really hoped that more people would come to find trouble with them. That way, he could turn the tables and make a lot of money. Then Ling Xiao and the others summoned their spirit beasts and rushed to the swamp forest not far from Necropolis City. The swamp forest was also a very famous dangerous place in the North Water boundary. It covered a large area and was surrounded by poisonous gas all year round. Most of the creatures living here were highly poisonous spirit beasts and poisonous flowers and plants. For those poison masters, this was their paradise. If Poison Scorpion was here, he would also like the environment here. As soon as Ling Xiao and the others approached the sky, they immediately felt a corrosive feeling in the air. Their bodies couldn't help but feel a little itchy. Annoying feeling, the prodigal said unhappily. Then he immediately released his attributes and used fire to dispel the poisonous gas. Kai Shiyue and Bai Yushi, who were beside Ling Xiao, felt uncomfortable, but Feng Xianyun was not affected. Ling Xiao distributed the antidote to the two women and Xian Yao. This swamp really is filled with poisonous gas. Everyone, be careful and don't breathe in the poisonous gas. Everyone flew forward in the direction indicated by the savage leopard. That said, the deeper they went into the forest, the deeper the poisonous gas became. Even the spirit beasts could not withstand it, and let out cries. Ling Xiao and the others had no choice but to keep their spirit beasts. Not only that, but Ling Xiao also put Kai Shiyue and Bai Yushi into the cauldron. Feng Xianyun and Xian Yao were able to adapt to the environment here. After flying for a long distance, a lake appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Cruel Leopard said, "Young master, let's go down. The dark water gate is in this area." Ling Xiao nodded and took the lead to land. Feng Xianyun, Xian Yao, and the prodigal followed closely behind. This lake was obviously stagnant water. The water was incomparably black and emitted a rancid smell. A few giant crocodiles were hiding in the weeds on the surface of the water, coldly looking at Ling Xiao and the others who had landed. Be careful, don't land on the ground. It's very likely that the ground is a swamp. Once you touch it, it won't be easy to escape. Cruel Leopard reminded. I didn't expect the Dark Water Gate to be built in such a place. It's really surprising. Ling Xiao sighed. The environment here was harsh, and it was difficult for ordinary people to survive. However, the Dark Water Gate was built here, which was really unexpected. Cruel Leopard said. There are many poison masters in the Dark Water Gate. They live here like fish in water, and the environment here is not difficult for them. At this point, a few giant crocodiles under the lake suddenly rushed out. Roar! The giant crocodiles had a strong bloodthirst, and opened their mouths that were as tall as a human to bite. The prodigal fully played the role of a thug, and a few rank 4 giant crocodiles were instantly smashed and kicked into the lake, dead. Boring thing. The prodigal clapped his hands in disdain. These are just watchful crocodiles. For those who are not strong enough, they can easily become food in their stomachs. Cruel Leopard glanced at the dead giant crocodiles and said. He paused for a moment before saying, These giant crocodiles are specially trained by someone. I think that person will appear soon. Just as Cruel Leopard's words fell, the lake suddenly stirred. Swoosh swoosh. Dozens of giant figures flew out of the lake, and the lake water splashed everywhere. Who dares to kill my treasure? A gloomy voice sounded coldly. Dozens of giant crocodiles appeared on the lake, and the largest crocodile with 2 wings flew up in the middle. There was a person standing on the crocodile's back. This person was wearing a set of waterproof black armor and a hood, revealing only 2 cold eyes. He held a 3-pronged spear in his hand, and there was a strong corrosive smell of stinky water. This person had the strength of a middle-stage Earth Emperor, and around him were rank 4 giant crocodiles. There were even a few rank 5 giant crocodiles, and under his feet was a rank 6 giant crocodile. Is this the legendary water ghost? Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. It should be more appropriate to call it a water monster. Xian Yao echoed. You're courting death. That person felt very annoyed at being ridiculed. He waved the 3-pronged spear in his hand and said, Children, eat them for me. Whoosh whoosh. The giant crocodiles received the order, and moved out one after another. They opened their bloody mouths and spat out sticky attribute lights. There were even some that directly opened their mouths and bit towards Ling Xiao and the others. Move a little, treat it as a warm-up. Ling Xiao said indifferently. His body began to flash as he flew towards the people from Dark Water Sect. Feng Xianyun, Xian Yao, and the prodigal faced the giant crocodiles, while Savage Leopard held the line for them, constantly paying attention to the surrounding situation. You're courting death. When the person from Dark Water Sect saw that Ling Xiao actually dared to attack him, he immediately shouted and stabbed the 3-pronged spear in his hand towards Ling Xiao. 3 giant crocodiles formed by the convergence of attributes roared towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao did not even dodge. He directly kicked out countless cold flashes of light, sweeping towards the person from Dark Water Sect. The flashes of light carried a colorful attack attribute, and the energy giant crocodile was shattered by the kick. Ling Xiao increased his speed and kicked towards the chest of the person from Dark Water Sect. The person from Dark Water Sect revealed a look of horror, but he did not panic. The winged giant crocodile under his feet instantly soared up, and a poisonous water column sprayed out from its mouth. This water contained a large amount of poison, and even a heavenly venerable would not be able to survive. Naturally, Ling Xiao would not let the poisonous water touch him. He used the wind attribute to instantly dodge, and at the same time, a strange long sword appeared in his hand. Slash! Ling Xiao casually threw the ice and fire sword, and as if it had a mind of its own, it rapidly slashed towards the winged giant crocodile. Baby dodge! The person from Dark Water Sect exclaimed. The winged giant crocodile also understood human nature. It immediately soared up and dodged the attack of the ice and fire sword. Ling Xiao sneered and controlled the ice and fire sword to make a 90-degree bend, and the sword stabbed upwards like a meteor. The person from Dark Water Sect and the winged giant crocodile did not expect the other party to be able to control the sword with his will. They did not have time to defend at all, and the ice and fire sword pierced through the winged giant crocodile's abdomen. If the ice and fire sword was just an ordinary 6th-grade spirit weapon, it would be impossible for it to pierce through the thick leather armor of the winged giant crocodile. One must know that the giant crocodile's leather armor was comparable to the defense of a low-level spirit weapon. However, the ice and fire sword was a high-grade 7th-grade spirit weapon, so it was easy for it to break through the thick armor of the giant crocodile. Roar. The winged giant crocodile's body flipped and roared. The person on top of it immediately flew away, and at the same time he roared crazily. "You dare to hurt my treasure, I want you dead." The trident in the person's hand kept waving, and giant crocodile-like roars came out, wanting to crush Ling Xiao into pieces. At this time, Savage Leopard's voice sounded. "Young master, finish the battle quickly. Someone is coming." Ling Xiao responded softly. He raised his wind attribute to the extreme, and his figure kept changing. The people from the Dark Water sect and I couldn't catch Ling Xiao's figure, so our efforts were in vain. Unbeknownst to him, Ling Xiao had already arrived beside him. A series of kicks were launched towards him like a raging storm, and a strong innate wind baleful chi rolled towards him. The person was kicked dozens of times, and his body was invaded by the innate wind evil chi. His body immediately shriveled and soon disappeared. With that person's death, the winged giant crocodile also died. The other giant crocodiles had long been taken care of by Feng Xianyun, Xian Yao, and the prodigal, and only a group of giant crocodile corpses were left floating on the surface of the lake. Who dares to invade the territory of the Dark Water sect? A woman's voice came from afar. In the next moment, a few figures appeared in front of Ling Xiao and the others. There were 3 women and 2 men, 3 earthly sovereign realm and 2 king realm. Among the 5, only the high-level earthly sovereign was a middle-aged woman, and the others looked quite young, all around 30 years old. "They're just small fries. Leave one alive, and kill the rest." Ling Xiao glanced at the 5 people and said coldly. Feng Xianyun and Xian Yao attacked, but it seemed like they couldn't immediately suppress their opponents. Ling Xiao used his psychic power to kill the 3 weakest people in an instant. Feng Xianyun and Xian Yao had the upper hand in the battle. The middle-aged woman and the other low-level earthly sovereign were horrified, and they wanted to escape immediately. However, Ling Xiao didn't give them the chance. He ordered the prodigal to capture the middle-aged woman immediately, and the other 2 were killed. "Who are you people? Don't you know that this is the territory of the Dark Water sect?" The middle-aged woman questioned Ling Xiao arrogantly even though she was being held captive. Ling Xiao didn't have time to talk nonsense with her, and immediately asked, "Do you have an old woman called Inhi here?" "Ini? You mean the In sect master?" the middle-aged woman asked in surprise. "He, so that old woman is the sect master of your Dark Water sect. Not bad, not bad. You really made it easy for me to find you." A cold light flashed past Ling Xiao's tiger eyes and he said faintly. He raised his hand slightly and directly killed the middle-aged woman. "Mengqi, wait for me, I'll go and rescue you now," Ling Xiao murmured as he looked in the direction of the forest. Chapter 576. The battle between Ling Xiao and the others in the lake didn't cause much of a commotion. After all, in this swamp, the trees were so dense that the sound waves emitted from the battle were weakened by a lot. According to the information obtained by Savage Leopard, the Dark Water Gate had a natural barrier, so there weren't too many people guarding the periphery. Not many people dared to easily enter this swamp. Because Savage Leopard had obtained Xiong Hotian's memories, he knew that there were many hidden guards nearby. After easily killing 3 groups of people, they finally quietly approached the true important area of the Dark Water Gate. However, before they could attack the Dark Water Gate, there was a strong poisonous gas in front of Ling Xiao and the others. "Young master, quickly put the poison-repelling pill in your mouth. This way, nothing will happen if we pass through here," Savage Leopard said from the side. Ling Xiao nodded and swallowed the poison-repelling pills they found on the corpses of the Dark Water sect disciples. Although Ling Xiao and the others had antidotes on them, they didn't dare to be careless in the face of such a strong poisonous gas. The Dark Water Gate's people could freely enter and exit here, and their poison-repelling pill was refined to deal with the poisonous gas here. "I'll lead the way." Savage Leopard was the strongest, and after saying this he plunged into the poisonous gas first. Ling Xiao and the others followed behind, all of them emitting a strong elemental light to illuminate the front. However, When they entered the poisonous gas actually corroded the attribute light that they emitted. Fortunately, they had the poison-repelling pill, otherwise their bodies wouldn't be able to withstand it and would be corroded. What a terrifying poison barrier. Ling Xiao sighed. This poison barrier has been accumulated for tens of thousands of years, and the toxicity it contains is naturally much more terrifying than ordinary poisons. However, this poison is a top-grade tonic for poison masters. As long as we collect it and use it, I'm afraid it's not a problem to poison an entire city to death, Savage Leopard said from the front. Ling Xiao was just about to respond when Feng Xianyan spoke up. You're right. The poisonous gas here has been around for at least 10,000 years. It's the best for me. Xiao, don't be in such a hurry. I'm going to collect some of it for my future cultivation. Okay. Ling Xiao replied without thinking. Then he quickly turned his head and asked in astonishment. You said you want to collect poisonous gas to cultivate? Ling Xiao's eyes shrank and his mouth opened wide as if he had seen something horrifying. Other than poison masters, there was no one else who could cultivate using poisonous gas. He had been with Feng Xianyan for so long, but he didn't know that she had such an identity. One had to know that a poison master was one of the most disliked occupations on the continent. This was because their methods were extremely despicable and sinister. They could cause any martial artist to die silently, or cause a martial artist to be poisoned to death, or use poison to control a martial artist for their own use. In short, the name of a poison master was not welcomed anywhere. However, under normal circumstances, no one was willing to offend a powerful poison master, because their methods were impossible to guard against. Ling Xiao thought back to the time when he had mistakenly entered Guzhai City. At that time, the high priest had given out pills to the citizens, and after he had consumed them, he had felt a little strange. In the end, he had been assimilated by the innate in-wind baleful qi. And in the courtyard where he and Feng Xianyan lived, there were also many poisonous spirit herbs planted. At that time, Ling Xiao had felt that it was strange, but he had never asked Feng Xianyan why she had planted these poisonous spirit herbs. Now Ling Xiao finally understood. So his wife, Feng Xianyan, was also a poison master. Are you disappointed in me? Feng Xianyan looked at Ling Xiao with a wry smile and asked. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, How could that be? It's just that I didn't know you had this identity, so I was very curious. Feng Xianyan had a faint smile on her face as she said, People only know that the Gu clan is famous for raising and controlling Gu. But they don't know that the Gu clan is an expert in refining poison, because the Gu clan itself is the greatest poison. Not only can it devour poison, it can also nurture and refine poison. She paused and looked at Ling Xiao affectionately. We have been living together for a long time, and I thought I only had 20 years to live. Xiao, you have given me a new life, and I am willing to stay by your side forever. I didn't tell you my identity as a poison master because you never asked me, and I have never used any poison to harm anyone. But now that you want to make a name for yourself, I will do everything I can to help you. Even if the world knows that I am a poison master that everyone is afraid of and loathed. Hearing Feng Xianyan's words, Ling Xiao was stunned. Xian Yao winked at Cruel Leopard and Wastrel, then walked forward, leaving time for Ling Xiao and his wife. Ling Xiao pulled Feng Xianyan into his arms, looked at her affectionately, and then kissed her sexy lips. After a while, Ling Xiao let her go and said, Silly woman, so what if you are a poison master? Do you think I am afraid that you will harm me? Others may be afraid of you, but I am more than happy. With you by my side, I don't have to worry about being poisoned. But my enemies, they are out of luck. If anyone dares to disrespect me, you can poison them in the future. Let's see who dares to be arrogant in front of me. Ling Xiao didn't care about the rules of the world. He always followed the principle. Others walk the broad road, but he walks the narrow wooden bridge. Whoever dared to mess with him, whoever dared to interfere with him, would be in big trouble. Therefore, he didn't care about Feng Xianyan's identity as a poison master. Instead, after knowing her identity, he felt even better. Just like what he said, if anyone dared to disrespect him, he would poison them. Rather than letting others bully him, it was better to let others be afraid of him. This was the same logic as having a strong fist was the way of the king. The reason why poison masters were disliked by the world was that many martial artists who practiced poison techniques were people with bad intentions. It was also because of this that the reputation of poison masters spread far and wide. The world didn't know that if poison masters were used in the right way, not only could they save the world, but they could also leave their names in history. However, this point was overlooked by many people. Xiao, do you really think so? Feng Xianyun looked at Ling Xiao with a face full of joy and asked. Of course, I don't think of myself as a good person. Moreover, in this world there is no distinction between good and bad people. We only need to walk our own path, live our own exciting life, and have a clear conscience. Everything else has nothing to do with us. Ling Xiao caressed Feng Xianyun's beautiful hair and said. Then he said, hurry up and collect the poison gas, I'll protect you. Feng Xianyun's beautiful eyes flashed with a bright light. She was very happy in her heart. She thought that Ling Xiao would blame her for hiding her identity as a poison master, but now she knew that her worries were unnecessary. Feng Xianyun calmed her mind, sat down cross-legged and chanted. At the same time, a few small bottles appeared in her hands, and a suction force came out of the bottles. At the same time, the poison gas around Feng Xianyun actually quickly drilled into the bottles. The bottles weren't big, but their capacity was huge. Ling Xiao could clearly feel the poison gas flowing around him quickly. After a while, Feng Xianyun filled up a few bottles, took out a few more, and continued to fill them with poison gas. After a few times, Ling Xiao realized that the poison gas around them had clearly thinned out. These bottles must be specially made. Otherwise, how could they contain so much poison gas? Ling Xiao wondered in his heart. When Feng Xianyun finished doing all this, she didn't immediately stand up. Instead, she relaxed her body and mind, spread out her hands, and quietly retracted the attribute light around her body. Ling Xiao didn't know what she was doing, but he was worried for her in his heart. The poison gas here was too vicious. Once a person's body came into contact with it, they would be corroded. Sure enough, when Feng Xianyun scattered the attribute light, the poison gas instantly corroded her. In an instant, Feng Xianyun's bright and beautiful face immediately turned pitch black, looking extremely frightening. Yuner! Ling Xiao couldn't help but exclaim. However, Feng Xianyun didn't pay attention to Ling Xiao's exclamation. She continued to let the poisonous gas invade her body. Ling Xiao was extremely anxious. He didn't know what to do. He wanted to take action to isolate the poison gas, but he was afraid that it would harm Feng Xianyun. Xiao Xiao, don't be anxious. I'm fine. Protect me. I think I'm about to break through to the honorable rank. Feng Xianyun said with some difficulty. What this? You can break through like this? Ling Xiao said in surprise. A strong sense of envy arose in his heart. He sighed in his heart. The Heaven Gu body is actually so terrifying. She can even break through like this. Feng Xianyun had the rarest physique of the Gu race. With the Heaven Gu divine technique to complement her cultivation, her speed was not something ordinary people could understand. With Feng Xianyun as the center, the poison gas continuously surged over and wrapped around her layer by layer. The large amount of poison gas made Ling Xiao unable to endure it. He had no choice but to condense the heaven fire. The heaven fire could burn anything. Although the poison gas here was strong, it was not enough to cause any harm to Ling Xiao. At this time, Ling Xiao heard Cruel Leopard's voice in front of him. Young master, the people from Dark Water sect have come out. You guys block them first. I need to protect Yuner. She's breaking through. Ling Xiao ordered. Ling Xiao immediately became vigilant. He absolutely would not allow anyone to disturb Feng Xianyun's breakthrough. Otherwise, she would not be able to break through and would even be injured. Not long after, Ling Xiao heard the sounds of intense fighting. Ling Xiao was very calm. He was very confident in Cruel Leopard. Moreover, he still had the Devil Armor Leopard. He believed that blocking or sweeping through Darkwater sect would not be a problem. Another loud voice came. Who dares to offend my Darkwater sect? You're courting death. This voice shook Ling Xiao's eardrums. He was puzzled. Could it be that Darkwater sect really has an emperor rank existence? Ling Xiao also heard the conversation between Cruel Leopard and the other party. Who are you? I, In Ghost, do not kill nameless people. You are Een Ghost? Who is Een Ma to you? You actually know my mother. Who are you? Good. Very good. So you are Een Ma's little bastard. Today, I will collect some interest first. After killing you, I will settle the score with Een Ma. Chapter 577. In front of the poison barrier was the location of the Blackwater sect. There were no prominent ancient buildings here, only black wooden houses built from messy trees. Each house was built according to the tree trunk, looking extremely primitive and giving off a gloomy feeling. There were more than a dozen corpses beside the savage leopard, the prodigal son, and Xian Yao, and in front of them were nearly 100 people, all wearing black robes, and many of them were wearing cloaks, making it impossible to see their appearances clearly. Their overall cultivation was actually quite high, not lower than the Earth Emperor stage, obviously the elites of the Blackwater sect. The hundreds of people behind them were all small fries, not worth mentioning. In front of the 100 people, there was a tall and thin old man with an extraordinary bearing. This old man's face was protruding, his old eyes were fierce, and his old face was wrinkled very deeply. One look and one could tell that he was an old demon that was thousands of years old. This person was truly an ancestor-level figure of the Blackwater sect, known as the Een Ghost. It was because his cultivation technique was extremely evil, and he actually needed to suck the blood of newborn babies to cultivate. He had cultivated to the low-level Xian Emperor cultivation, and the number of babies he had sucked was probably at least 40,000, if not 50,000. It was enough to show that he was truly as evil as a devil. The 8 cloaked people beside him all emitted a strong poisonous gas. They had all reached the peak of the Empyrean level. And there was even a powerful existence with a half-emperor cultivation. The savage leopard and the Een Ghost were at each other's throats. The savage leopard obviously had a strong killing intent towards the Een Ghost. From his tone, it seemed that he had an old grudge with the Een Ghost's old mother. The Een Ghost stared at the savage leopard and shouted, "How dare you? Since you know my mother's name, you still dare to be arrogant. Watch as this emperor pulls out your soul and peels off your body." After the Een Ghost shouted, his Xian Emperor level aura was released, and the people around him all retreated far away. The savage leopard also shouted, "That bitch, if it wasn't for this emperor taking her in, how could she have given birth to a bastard like you? I didn't expect that this bitch would actually collude with the old demon and betray this emperor. Today, I will use your blood to tell them that this demon emperor is back, and this emperor will one day take back everything that belongs to me." The savage leopard looked like it was possessed. A powerful aura burst forth, and at the same time, it summoned the magic armored leopard. Behind him, the prodigal and Xian Yao were sent flying by the savage leopard's aura. The prodigal was in a better condition, but Xian Yao vomited a few mouthfuls of blood. Motherf *Cur, do you want to kill me? Xian Yao quickly swallowed a healing pill to suppress his injuries. The prodigal changed his attitude. He looked at cruel leopard and sinister ghost with a solemn expression, and sighed in his heart, "Such powerful humans. I have to catch up with them as soon as possible." The Emperor rank universe and the Sovereign rank universe were similar in shape. The main difference between the two was that there was a huge difference in the range of their effects. The small universe could affect an area of 100 meters, while the big universe could affect an area of 1,000 meters. Furthermore, the big universe was dozens of times more powerful than the small universe. The world of evil ghosts was particularly evil. Many faceless baby heads were condensed around him. These baby heads were crying as if they were filled with countless grievances and unwillingness, which made people feel cold and nauseous. These babies suddenly opened their deep fangs and turned into blood-sucking imps, biting wildly in all directions. With a gloomy expression, the Een Ghost pressed the big universe toward the savage leopard. At the same time, he summoned his protective spirit beast. "Ghost Wolf, come out." The Een Ghost looked at the magic armored leopard without a hint of worry in his eyes. As his cry fell, a black wolf that was nearly 10 meters long appeared in front of him. This wolf's whole body was pitch black. Occasionally, there were tiny white fur lines between the black fur, which looked like thin electricity. It looked extremely ferocious and extraordinary. This was a black ghost wolf king, which was also a powerful spirit beast that had reached the low rank of the 7th rank. As soon as it appeared, it roared and immediately bit the magic armored leopard. The savage leopard had condensed a blood prison world, and the dense sea of blood had almost drowned the entire sky. One after another, vengeful spirits and malicious spirits continuously surged out, and within the sea of blood, blood hands continuously stretched out, as if they wanted to tear everything apart. There were also black tentacles in this blood prison. These tentacles were either lashing, stabbing, or binding. They were filled with an evil demonic nature, causing people to feel endless fear. When the Een ghost saw the savage leopard's blood prison, he revealed a horrified expression and said, This is the blood prison demon world. Who are you? The Een ghost stopped attacking and waited for the savage leopard's reply. It seems that you are not so ignorant. Wait until you go to hell to find the answer. Little ghosts, disappear for this emperor. The savage leopard sneered and the blood prison world smashed toward the Een ghost. The Een ghost didn't dare to be careless and took out his ghost claw spirit treasure. At the same time, he used countless fierce claws to grab at the savage leopard. The blood-devouring demon saber also appeared in the savage leopard's hand. A crisscrossing blade light entangled with the claw shadows. Rumble. The collision of the two emperors caused everything in this part of the world to tremble. At this time, the half-emperor expert from the Blackwater sect said to the people behind him, Quickly go and capture those two brats. I feel that there are still people in the poisonous gas barrier. Go and kill them. Behind the half-emperor, for celestial venerables stood out, 1 woman and 3 men. 2 were mid-level and 2 were low-level. They responded and immediately flew toward the prodigal and Xianyao. Xianyao knew that he was too weak and shouted to the prodigal, Zizai, run. After saying that, he dived into the poisonous gas again, hoping to use it to escape. However, the prodigal was not the kind of person who would run without fighting. He raised his battle intent to the highest, roared, and charged toward those people. Although the prodigal was at the mid-stage of the 6th order, with his powerful strength, it was not a problem for him to deal with high-level celestial venerables. He was not afraid of fighting 1 against 3. One of the low-level celestial venerables chased after Xianyao. The low-level celestial venerables said in a sinister voice, You want to escape in our territory? It won't be that easy. After saying that, he stretched out his black old hands. Clouds of poisonous gas surged and bombarded toward Xianyao. Xianyao's face was filled with shock as he muttered, Escape for me. As soon as his voice fell, he disappeared from where he stood. The low-level celestial venerable suddenly lost his target and was stunned. How can I let you escape from under my nose? The low-level celestial venerables said and immediately flew forward. Not long later, he saw a young man and woman in front of him. The low-level celestial venerables looked at the meditating Feng Xianyun with a lecherous expression and said, What a pretty little girl. At this time, Xianyao appeared beside Ling Xiao and said, Young master, a large number of experts from the Guishui sect are in front. The savage leopard is fighting with the Xian emperor. The situation is not good. Ling Xiao nodded at Xianyao and said, I understand. You stay here and protect Yin, I'll go meet them. You have to be careful, they have a lot of poison masters. Xianyao reminded. And I understand. Ling Xiao nodded and walked towards the low-level celestial venerables. A mere low-level Earth Emperor has such big words. Wait for this old man to kill you first. The low-level celestial venerables snorted coldly and grabbed with his hand. A ball of poisonous gas gathered in his hand, and then he ruthlessly smashed it towards Ling Xiao. Are celestial venerables very strong? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with cold killing intent as he muttered to himself. He raised his wind attribute to the extreme and dodged the poisonous gas. A strange longsword appeared in his hand. Swish. The longsword was traceless and the sword radiance was limitless. The low-level celestial venerables didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so fast. He actually appeared beside him in an instant. His reaction was fast enough, and a low-level spiritual artifact appeared in his hand to block in front of him. Unfortunately, the gap between a low-level spiritual artifact and a high-level spiritual artifact was too big. The low-level spiritual artifact was immediately broken when the two came into contact. The ice and fire sword continued to slash towards the chest of the low-level celestial venerables. The low-level celestial venerables was also impressive and immediately retreated. Stop. Ling Zhao's voice was like a great bell, and his tongue was like thunder as he roared. The low-level celestial venerables only felt a pain in his eardrums, and his movements became sluggish. The sword radiance flashed and blood immediately appeared. The low-level heavenly venerate stood rooted to the ground. His eyes filled with unwillingness as he stared at his cracked chest. Ling Zhao ignored him and rushed forward. A large pool of blood appeared on the chest of the low-level celestial venerables as he fell heavily backwards. Even in his death, he didn't understand how he died at the hands of a low-level Earth Emperor. One had to know that there was a difference of 3 minor levels, and 1 major level between them. Normally, when facing an opponent of this level, it would be as easy as crushing an ant for him to kill them. But now he had died under the sword of such an opponent. It was truly an indescribable sorrow. When Ling Zhao rushed to the front, the savage leopard and the Een ghost, the magic-armored leopard and the black ghost wolf had already fought in the sky. The battle was quite intense, and from time to time, waves of terrifying energy fluctuations would spread out, causing the wind and clouds in the sky to churn endlessly. And the prodigal boy in front of him was fighting 1 against 3, and actually had the upper hand. It was just that there were a few more wounds on his body, and it could be seen that he was also fighting quite fiercely. Why did another brat appear? The half-emperor powerhouse said in surprise when he saw Ling Zhao. Then he revealed a look of disbelief and said, Zhao Gang's aura actually disappeared. What's going on? Great Elder, let me take his head. A middle-aged high-level Earth Emperor walked to the half-emperor powerhouse and knelt on one knee as he asked for the task. And quickly behead him. The half-emperor powerhouse replied indifferently. Facing the approaching high-level Earth Emperor, Ling Zhao didn't put him in his eyes at all. The mental strength in his sea of consciousness divided into 3, and the invisible mental strength blasted towards the 3 celestial venerables who were fighting with the prodigal boy. Ling Zhao didn't intend to kill them instantly, as that would be too wasteful. He just wanted to disturb their sea of consciousness, so that the prodigal boy could kill them in one fell swoop. Sure enough, after the 3 celestial venerables' sea of consciousness were bombarded by the sharp mental blades, their movements stopped. The prodigal boy, of course, knew that his boss had made a move. He immediately seized the opportunity and blasted the heads of the 3 people. Chapter 578. The sudden death of the 3 heavenly masters shocked the people of the Guishui sect. They seemed to be evenly matched just now, so how could they be killed so suddenly? They couldn't help but wonder. Could it be that this young man was hiding his strength? The half-step emperor expert narrowed his eyes, and a sharp light flashed in his old eyes as he shouted, "Where is Mo Gang?" Mo Gang is here. A high-level heavenly master walked out from behind and answered, "Capture him for me. I want to use him to refine the poison man." The half-step emperor expert grinned and said sinisterly, "Yes." The high-level heavenly venerate responded, and immediately flew towards the prodigal. At the same time, he started to deduce the small universe. On the other side, the high-level earthly emperor who was sent out was very annoyed by Ling Zhao's disregard. "How dare you ignore me? See how I deal with you." After saying that, the high-level earthly emperor struck out 2 palms, and 2 huge golden palm shadows smashed towards Ling Zhao. However, the high-level earthly emperor and the low-level heavenly master both made a fatal mistake. They overestimated themselves and underestimated their opponents, so there was only one outcome for them. The huge palms he struck out blasted a huge pit where Ling Zhao was. Just as he was about to sneer in victory, he heard a warning behind him. "Be careful behind you." However, the warning was too late. Before the high-level earthly emperor could get away, he felt a chill on his neck, and his head was immediately separated from his body. The half-step emperor expert cursed, "What a waste!" At the same time, he waved his hand lightly, and several earthly emperors surrounded Ling Zhao at the same time. These earthly emperors locked onto Ling Zhao, making it difficult for him to escape from their attack range. At the same time, They launched powerful elemental attacks at Ling Xiao. Rumble. Waves of powerful elemental energy drowned Ling Xiao. Roar. Amidst the waves of energy attacks, a bestial roar rang out. The Golden Wolf King instantly rushed out, smashing away the energy attacks, and directly pounced towards the earthly emperors with its powerful body. The earthly emperors panicked and immediately retreated. However, how could they be faster than the Golden Wolf King that was already at the middle stage of the 6th level? In an instant, several earthly sovereign realm experts died under the claws of the wolf. Only one peak earthly sovereign realm expert was lucky enough to escape. Bastard. Attack. Kill both of these little bastards. The quasi-emperor realm expert shouted in anger and humiliation. He had ordered his subordinates to go out and fight, but they were repeatedly killed by the other party. This really made him feel very angry. Instantly, the experts from the Blackwater sect swarmed forward. They split into 2 groups, one attacking Ling Xiao, the other attacking the prodigal. Just in time. Ling Xiao showed a cold smile as the space ring in his hand flashed slightly. Roar. A huge figure soared into the sky, and an earth-shattering roar shook thousands of miles away. The powerful sound wave caused the sky to tremble, trees collapsed, swamps splashed everywhere, and the earthly sovereigns and heavenly venerables of the Blackwater sect were all injured or killed. Many of the weaker earthly sovereigns died on the spot, and most of them were knocked unconscious. Not many of those celestial sovereigns could withstand it. Their eardrums were shattered, and blood overflowed from their facial orifices, making them look very terrifying. The quasi-emperor realm expert was also not in a good condition. He was shaken several steps back and spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked at the giant figure in horror and exclaimed, It's the holy beast flood dragon, and it also has the magical ability of the dragon's tenbin." In midair, the Een ghost, who was fighting to the death with the cruel leopard, was also shocked by the sound wave. He forced the cruel leopard away and looked down. His old eyes revealed a look of horror. "There's still a 7th rank spirit beast. This is bad." In this moment of distraction, the cruel leopard's great world blood prison instantly destroyed more than half of the Een ghost's great world energy. The Een ghost hurriedly came back to his senses and continued to fight with the cruel leopard, but he took the opportunity to shout, "Choyu, quickly use the blood sacrifice to summon Lord Ghost Hunger." The cruel leopard's eyelids twitched slightly, and then he shouted, "Today, even if the Heavenly King comes, he won't be able to save you." After saying that, the attacks became even more intense and fierce, forcing the Een ghost to retreat step by step. The quasi-emperor realm expert below had everyone summon many 6th rank spirit beasts to fight the blue flood dragon. There was a huge gap between the 6th rank and the 7th rank, but dozens of 6th rank spirit beasts were able to barely hold the blue flood dragon back. However, if this continued, these 6th rank spirit beasts would be taken care of by the blue flood dragon sooner or later. After all, the flood dragon was a high-grade spirit beast that specialized in attack. Its combat strength was astonishing, and with the help of the tenbin magical ability, it was almost invincible in the same rank. Summon Lord Ghost Hunger." The quasi-emperor realm expert called Choyu shivered, and his face revealed a look of panic. It was obvious that he had an indescribable fear towards this Lord Ghost Hunger. No, I definitely can't summon Lord Ghost Hunger. As long as I kill that brat, that flood dragon will also die." Choyu refused to summon that Lord Ghost Hunger. He believed that as long as he killed Ling Xiao, the flood dragon would definitely be drawn to its death. Choyu's gaze fell on Ling Xiao, who was in the middle of a massacre. Ling Xiao carried the might of the tenbin dragon roar that the blue flood dragon had just let out. He brandished the ice and fire sword and passed through the injured experts of the Moat Water sect, killing them one by one. At the same time, he searched for the whereabouts of the Een He. Unfortunately, he couldn't find any trace of the Een He, nor did he see Yin Mingqi. At this time, a peak Empyrean wearing a cloak stood in front of Ling Xiao and said, "Brat, you dare to attack my Moat Water sect with this kind of strength. Wait for me to capture you and refine you into a poison man." With that, his figure pounced towards Ling Xiao like an eagle, and a small world locked onto Ling Xiao. This person was clearly a powerful poison master. The small world he had deduced was actually a world of poison. Poisonous insects and poisonous gas constantly revolved around it. Even an ordinary Empyrean would be corroded to death if they were to come into contact with it. What can a mere poison do to me? Ling Xiao coldly snorted, and an intense blue flame rose from his hand. Sizzle! The moment the poison world that the poison master had deduced came into contact with the heavenly fire, it was immediately burned to the point that it emitted an ear-piercing sound. Those poisonous creatures quickly dissipated as if they had seen a ghost. The poison master cried out as if he had seen a ghost. Earth? Earth fire? No. No, this is heavenly fire, otherwise how could it burn my world? A pair of sparkling and translucent wind boots appeared on Ling Xiao's feet, and he once again displayed his ghostly speed. The ice and fire sword in his hand slashed out, and blue fire dragons shot towards the poison master. The energy of these fire dragons was nothing in the eyes of the poison master, but this place was mixed with heavenly fire. What the poison master feared the most was heavenly fire, because heavenly fire was their nemesis. It could burn any poison they used into ashes. Eighth brother, sixth brother, quickly come and help me. This brat has heavenly fire. The poison master ran as he called out to his companions. On the other side, the two poison masters looked at each other and immediately used their strongest moves to attack Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao sneered. I was just waiting for you guys to come. The spiritual energy in Ling Xiao's knowledge sea surged once more, and it split into three, blasting towards the three poison masters. The knowledge seas of peak Empyreans had already become incomparably sturdy, but Ling Xiao's spiritual energy was no longer the same as before, and it still caused their knowledge seas to ache. Ling Xiao took this opportunity to throw out the ice and fire sword, using his mind to control it to slash at the three poison masters. Brat, don't get away with it. Chou Yu, who had been paying attention to Ling Xiao for a long time, finally made his move. He actually chose to launch a sneak attack, and a powerful energy quietly slapped towards Ling Xiao's back. Ling Xiao didn't even have time to react before he felt a powerful blow on his back. His entire body flew out like a kite with its string cut, and he spat out a mouthful of golden blood. Enough of your arrogance. Wait for this emperor to destroy you. Chou Yu crossed 100 meters in one step and arrived in front of Ling Xiao. His other withered old hand grabbed towards Ling Xiao. He felt that this low-level Earth Emperor would be seriously injured even if he didn't die after taking a blow with his 7th-level spiritual energy, so he wasn't afraid of what Ling Xiao could do. Unexpectedly, just as he grabbed Ling Xiao slid forward like a loach. Where would my face be if I let you escape from this emperor's hands? Chou Yu said indifferently, and a giant black palm slapped towards Ling Xiao again. Although Ling Xiao was wearing the wind boots and had the wind attribute, he was seriously injured just now, and his speed was greatly affected. Now he was smashed to the ground again. Boss! The prodigal was also surrounded by several people, but when he saw that Ling Xiao was injured, he immediately blasted out a path of blood and flew towards Ling Xiao. Unfortunately, he was also surrounded by several high-level heavenly venerables. How could he escape so easily? On the other side, the Golden Wolf King was also entangled by several people and spirit beasts, and it couldn't do anything. The Blue Flood Dragon was still fighting in midair, and 6th-grade spirit beasts kept falling from the sky. Large amounts of beast blood splattered across the sky. The difference in strength is too big. Ling Xiao wasn't dead yet, but his injuries were much more serious, and he was in great pain. Chou Yu sensed Ling Xiao's aura, and he said in surprise, he's actually not dead yet. This kid is wearing an armor-grade defensive armor, right? Just as he was about to attack Ling Xiao again, Ling Xiao endured the pain, turned around, and threw something at him. Chou Yu's eyelids twitched, and his pupils shrank. It's a heavenly lightning seed. Rumble. That item was the 6th-grade heavenly lightning seed that Ling Xiao had obtained from the Heavy Sword sect. Its explosive power was comparable to the self-destruction of a heavenly venerable. I hope it can injure that old guy a little. Ling Xiao watched as the heavenly lightning seed smashed into Chou Yu, who was very close to him, and felt that even if it couldn't kill him, it shouldn't be a problem to injure him, right? After all, Ling Xiao had witnessed the power of the heavenly lightning seed. After the smoke and clouds dissipated, Chou still stood motionless in his original position, but his body seemed to be in a sorry state. However, looking at his angry expression, Ling Xiao knew that the heavenly lightning seed hadn't caused much damage to him. "Brat, you actually injured me. I will definitely eat you alive." Chou was furious. He roared loudly, and his entire body pounced towards Ling Xiao like a wild beast. It was obvious that he really wanted to eat Ling Xiao alive. Chapter 579. Just as Chou was about to reach Ling Xiao, 2 more heavenly lightning seeds appeared in Ling Xiao's hands, and he threw them both at Chou. At the same time, he also took the opportunity to retreat far away. Chou was already prepared, and with a wave of his hand, a ball of energy swept them to the side. The 2 heavenly lightning seeds landed not far away, and a large swamp was sent flying. Chou was filled with killing intent as he said, "Let's see what other tricks you have up your sleeves. Bring them on." In just 2 steps, he was about to catch up to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao endured the pain, and blood trickled down the corner of his mouth. He gathered his spiritual power, and was ready to attack. "Don't worry, my tricks will definitely finish you off." Whoosh! His spiritual power unleashed an extremely powerful attack, blasting towards Chou. Chou only felt a bad omen, and then he stopped in his tracks. Suddenly, a powerful wave of spiritual power blasted into his sea of consciousness. He die for me." Ling Xiao let out a proud smile, and the ice and fire sword in his hand slashed out a powerful sword ray towards Chou. Unexpectedly, his spiritual power, which had always been effective, seemed to have lost its effectiveness this time. The sword ray that Ling Xiao slashed out was blocked by Chou with a single hand, and immediately turned into nothingness. Ling Xiao was shocked, and he prepared to immediately retreat. Chou let out a sinister voice. "You brat, you really do know how to use spiritual power to attack. If this emperor hadn't been prepared, you really would have succeeded. Now die for me." With that, Chou blasted out 10% of his power, intending to kill Ling Xiao in a single blow. Because he knew that if this continued, when the blue water dragon came over, they would all be finished. "Looks like I can only summon the earth flame tiger." Ling Xiao looked at the energy that was already nearing him. He no longer had the ability to block it, and he was already prepared to summon the earth flame tiger. However, at this critical moment, a powerful greenish-black energy rushed out from the side, deflecting the energy that Chou had blasted out to the other side. "Who dares spoil my plans?" Chou shouted. A beautiful silhouette flew over from afar. Her body was covered with a light veil, and her figure was graceful. Her temperament was noble and elegant. Coupled with her beautiful face that could cause the downfall of nations, everyone was stunned. "You dare to hurt my husband, I'll take your life." The newcomer was Feng Xianyan, who had just broken through to Sky Venerable level. Now that her strength had improved greatly, her aura was no longer the same as before. She wielded the mother-child swords and danced with them. Green light shone brightly, and the sword chi formed the shape of a powerful goo insect, roaring towards Saroyu. A newly ascended Empyrean dares to be impudent. Chou had been suppressing his anger for a long time. He snorted coldly and met Feng Xianyan's powerful attack with one hand, tearing apart the energy of the attack. Then he leapt towards her, his palm grabbing towards Feng Xianyan's chest. It seemed that this old fellow also wanted to take the opportunity to fish for Pingyi. Feng Xianyan was still fearless. She let out a shout and began to deduce her mini-square world. Feng Xianyan's small square world was extraordinary. Her world was filled with ferocious and frightening goo insects. It was as if this was the goo insect world. These goo insects were much more frightening and powerful than ordinary goo insects. Every one of them was a goo insect king in the real world. They were the kings of millions of goo insects. Among them, there was even a goo insect emperor. It sat in the center, and commanded the goo insects to devour their surroundings. This is the goo insect emperor's realm. How? How can there be such a legendary world? This is impossible. Chou could tell the origin of Feng Xianyan's small square world at a glance. Moreover, his expression seemed especially shocked. A Empyrean would comprehend his own Tao, his own world. He would then evolve it into his own strongest offensive or defensive power. In this world, he would be able to raise any state of his body to the highest level. It was the same for a mystic Dharch tier martial artist. It was just that after reaching the Dharch tier, the power of the world would gradually become complete, and its power would become even more terrifying. However, regardless of whether it was a small square world or a big square world, its offensive power would vary from person to person. The 9 elemental attribute worlds were all different. Everyone was different, and the Tao that they comprehended was also different. Hence, these world powers of the same level were also divided into strong and weak ones. There was a fundamental difference between them. This kind of world powers could also be divided into 3, 6, and 9 levels. Level 3 was the weakest type and also the most ordinary type. Whether it was in terms of offensive or defensive power, it was the same. Level 6 was the middle to upper level of world powers. Those who could comprehend world powers of this level belonged to the more outstanding martial artists in Tenbin. Their battle power was also quite powerful among those of the same level. As for those who reached level 9, they belonged to the rare and terrifying level of existence. This level of world powers had an absolute advantage in all aspects. They could even suppress the previous 2 levels of world powers. They were considered invincible among those of the same level. Savage Leopard's Blood Prison Demonic World had reached the upper level of level 6. Apart from its terrifying attack power, it also had a kind of feeling that could cause fear in people's hearts, causing the opponent to collapse without even fighting. As for the little ghost world that Ingui comprehended, it only belonged to the upper level of level 3. Naturally, it could not be compared to Savage Leopard's Blood Prison Demonic World. His ending was already foreseeable. As for Feng Xianyun's current small square world, it had reached the world power of a level 9 supreme existence. It belonged to the kind of invincible existence among those of the same level. It even had the ability to fight above its level, because what she comprehended was the Gu Insect Emperor's world. It was the most terrifying existence among the Gu Insect world. It could command countless Gu insects for its own use. It was countless times more terrifying than the ordinary Gu insect world. Moreover, it was the Emperor of Poison. All the poison worlds could not cause it to have any effect. This was also why Choyu, who was a poison master, was surprised. He had some understanding of the worlds that poison masters had evolved in the past. This Gu Insect Emperor's world had also been born before. He also learned about it from some ancient books. That was why he was so afraid. Fortunately, her strength is still weak. Otherwise, it would be big trouble. I have to kill her now or subdue her. She will be a great help in the future. Choyu had a different idea in his heart. He deduced that his 100 poison centipede world could suppress Feng Xianyun's Gu Insect Emperor's world with its powerful energy. At the same time, his hands transformed into countless ghost claws and grabbed towards Feng Xianyun. Feng Xianyun gradually showed signs of not being able to hold on. The opponent was much stronger than her. It was not something that she could fight against right now. At this time, the Ingui in the sky had already been bombarded by Savage Leopard. It was only a matter of time before he was defeated. The Devil Armor Leopard and the Black Ghost Wolf were equally matched. They were both combat-type spirit beasts. Once the battle started, it was either you die or I die. Spirit beasts rarely used elemental attacks in a battle. They used their bodies to collide, and it was a bloody, hardy battle. The Blue Flood Dragon gradually killed many rank 6 spirit beasts. Only 5 or 6 peak rank 6 spirit beasts were bitterly entangled. They should not be able to hold on for more than a quarter of an hour. Although the Blue Flood Dragon had the upper hand, there were many wounds on its body. This proved that it had paid a great price to obtain victory. The rank 6 middle stage Golden Wolf King was in a much more miserable state. Although it had the Tenbin divine ability of its third eye and killed many people and spirit beasts, it was already covered in blood from the attacks of many venerable rank and spirit beasts. It looked like it could not hold on for much longer. The prodigal boy was not much better, but his battle record was several times better than the Golden Wolf King's. After all, the opponent's poison master had already summoned many Earth Emperor and Sky Venerable rank poison puppets to besiege him. He killed until his hands were weak. There were many times when he almost couldn't help but transform into his original form to fight. However, before he left the desolate mountain range, his grandfathers had warned him not to transform into his original form unless it was absolutely necessary. Otherwise, it would attract countless troubles, so he still endured. Returning to Ling Xiao's body, he did not summon the Earth Flaming Tiger while Feng Xianyuan was entangled with Chou. The more difficult the situation, the more he wanted to prove his abilities. He did not want to reveal all his trump cards unless he had no other choice. Right now, he was gathering his energy, preparing to unleash his strongest attack on Chou. He did not understand why his mental energy was ineffective against Chou, but he did not have the time to think about it now. With him as the center, 5 different attributed spirit energies quickly gathered. These attributed spirit energies formed a powerful ball of air that spiraled above Ling Xiao, forming a 5-colored ball of energy. Ling Xiao slowly raised a finger. This finger looked like a normal person's finger. There was nothing special about it. However, looking at this finger now, it gave off a feeling of toughness and vigor like a stone pillar. It was as if it was no longer a finger, but a pillar that could support the heavens. The 5-colored spirit energies continuously gathered on his finger. A ball of energy the size of a human had gradually formed on his finger. This ball of energy did not look big, but the energy it contained was frightening. Hiding in the dark, Xianyao watched Ling Xiao gather his energy and thought to himself, "What a terrifying energy. It feels like all the spirit energy in this world has been gathered by him. If it were to hit me, I would probably be turned into ashes." Many people felt the change in the spirit energy between heaven and earth, but they were all in the middle of a fierce battle, so no one went to investigate. However, Chou, who was about to achieve a complete victory, could clearly feel this energy. What a terrifying energy! Chou sighed softly. She fixed her gaze on Ling Xiao, and her eyes instantly narrowed. "Yin Air, get out of the way!" Ling Xiao had already noticed that Chou had discovered that he was gathering his energy. He immediately yelled at the injured Feng Xianyuan, and pointed his finger at Chou. "Xiao!" A terrifying energy shot towards Chou. Chou looked at the incoming energy, and her expression became incomparably shocked. "No!" Boom! The powerful energy blasted everything within a few hundred meters of Chou into dust. A huge ravine appeared in front of everyone. Most of the people stopped fighting. They looked at the ravine that was several hundred meters long in shock. Their eyes revealed incomparable fear. Was this terrifying destructive power really caused by a low-level Earth Sovereign Realm cultivator? Even a mystic Thearka's attack could not compare to this, right? Chapter 580. After Ling Xiao finished using the first form of the 3 divine fingers, which was formed from the 5 elements, his exhausted body fell heavily to the ground. At this moment he had used up all of his spiritual energy. Apart from the pain, he could feel nothing else. Ling Xiao didn't know how long it had been since he had used up all of his energy. If it was anyone else, they would have died immediately after using up all of their energy and being seriously injured. However, Ling Xiao had the ancient emperor's mystic art, and he had already cultivated it to the 4th transformation. Naturally, his recovery speed was much faster. Therefore, he didn't die even after falling to the ground. Instead, he allowed the ancient emperor's mystic art to operate on its own and gradually recover. Xianyao came back to his senses and rushed to Ling Xiao's side. He stuffed a few healing pills into his mouth. "Young Master Ling, don't die so soon." At this time, Feng Xianyuan dragged her heavily injured body to Ling Xiao's side. "Xiao, are you alright? Don't scare me." Feng Xianyuan hugged Ling Xiao's head, and asked with a pained expression. I'm fine. Help me up and let me rest for a while," Ling Xiao said with a pale smile. Xianyao helped Ling Xiao sit up and didn't forget to praise him. "Young Master Ling, you're too amazing. You can even kill a half-emperor. When you advance another level, won't you be able to kill a true emperor?" Just as Ling Xiao was about to say something, a hoarse voice sounded. "How can a mere earthly emperor kill this emperor?" Ling Xiao, Xianyao, and Feng Xianyuan all tensed up. They looked forward and were shocked to find that Chou was still alive. He's not dead. Xianyao gulped. Right now, Chou was in an extremely sorry state. Almost all of his clothes had been blasted to pieces. Only a high-tier armor wrapped around his skinny body. His hair was extremely messy, and there were traces of blood at the corner of his mouth. One of his arms was completely gone. It was obvious that although he had avoided a fatal blow, he had paid a great price to do so. Chou glared at Ling Xiao and the other two with bloodshot eyes. "Damned little bastards, I want all of you to die." As he roared, he raised one of his hands, and a burst of thick poisonous gas instantly converged. He planned to launch a powerful attack to kill Ling Xiao and the other two in one fell swoop. However, at this moment, a gigantic dragon tail descended from the sky and swept towards Chou. Puff! The pitiful sorrow you didn't even have time to react before her broken body was swept 1,000 meters away like trash, leaving behind a bright red parabola in the air. The blue WYREM finally killed off all its opponents, saving the lives of Ling Xiao's team of 3 at the most crucial moment. "Boss, are you alright?" the blue WYREM asked in a young girl's delicate voice. Ling Xiao shook his head with difficulty and replied, Thank you longer. I'm fine now." "Hurry up and help the demon-armored leopard." The blue WYREM nodded its head and flew up into the sky. After advancing to the 7th stage, the blue WYREM could already speak in the human language. From its voice, it was certain that she was a female WYREM. It wasn't Ling Xiao's protective spiritual beast. There was no contract between them, and they were only friends of equal status. Therefore, the blue WYREM called him boss like the prodigal, and he also changed his original address to Long Earth. Ling Xiao felt that it was pretty good to interact with spiritual beasts like this. He didn't have to completely control them. Once they recognized a human as a friend, they would definitely not have any thoughts of betrayal or retaliation. This was the rare and precious part of spiritual beasts. It was just that there were very few human friends that could gain their complete approval. High up in the sky, the battle between the demon-armored leopard and the Black Wolf King had reached the final moment of life and death. The sudden addition of the blue WYRM had undoubtedly broken the balance between the two. The outcome of the Black Wolf King could be imagined. In the battle between the cruel leopard and the evil ghost, the cruel leopard completely had the upper hand. The evil ghost's little ghost world had been completely disintegrated, and the cruel leopard's Devil Blade 8 styles was played to the extreme. The evil ghost was beaten to a sorry state. He kept spitting out blood, and his body was cut in many places. On the other hand, the savage leopard became more and more courageous as it fought, and its killing intent became even stronger. The savage leopard forced the Een ghost into a desperate situation, and the blood prison devil world wrapped him up in layers. Seeing that victory was in sight, the savage leopard shouted, "Obediently accept your death." When the Een ghost heard the explosion of Ling Xiao's finger, he had already lost his mind. Moreover, he had been guessing the identity of the savage leopard, so he was even more panicked. "Damn it, damn Chou! How dare you disobey my orders and not summon the hungry ghost?" The Een ghost cursed the dead Chou 1,000 times in his heart. Then he shouted, "Ghostly shadow!" His whole body bloomed with powerful dark energy, and his speed was raised to the maximum. He rushed out of the savage leopard's world, and the ghost's claw in his hand tore the savage leopard's world apart. How could the savage leopard let him escape so easily? The devil blade in his hand was like a storm, and the sword light kept falling on the Een ghost's body. Puff! The Een ghost's back was hit several times by the sword light, and he spat out a mouthful of blood again. His face became extremely pale. He did not die, and he could continue to escape. He let out a mournful smile and said, "How dare you offend my Blackwater sect? I will make you all stay here." He landed on the ground, picked up dozens of corpses, and swept them in one direction. "Dying ghost, you still have the nerve to talk nonsense." The savage leopard chased after the Een ghost in full strength. The Een ghost quickly arrived at the edge of a deserted well. This deserted well was covered with mysterious runes, forming a dense heavenly net. In several directions of the runes, there were 7 rank 7 beast cores in the formation, trapping the deserted well in the middle. It looked extremely strange and extraordinary. "Lord Ghost Hunger, come out!" The Een ghost came to the edge of the deserted well, and shouted with a scorching expression on his face. At the same time, he shook the dozens of corpses he brought, and they all turned into countless amounts of blood. The blood dripped down like rain into the deserted well and the ruins. The bright red blood flowed like thin streams of water, appearing incomparably sinister and frightening. The savage leopard came to the top of the deserted well, looked at this scene, and said with a horrified expression, This is the demon trapping formation. What is trapped here? The savage leopard obviously had a certain understanding of this formation, and he could see the origin of this formation at a glance. When the blood filled the runes of the runes, a blood-red light bloomed and rose up, and a thick smell of blood assaulted the nostrils, making people feel nauseous. Lord Ghost Hunger, come out. Someone dares to invade our dark water sect. The ghost shouted with a face full of veneration. After a long time, a terrifying voice came from the deserted well. A terrifying voice that seemed human yet not human shook the deserted well, and the powerful sound waves soared into the sky, causing everyone within 1,000 miles to feel a terrifying chill. Not far away, Ling Xiao revealed a horrified expression and said, What a terrifying voice. Could there be some terrifying existence in the Dark Water sect? Xian Yao revealed a solemn expression, and he gently pinched his fingers a few times. His expression turned cold, and he said, A ferocious creature has descended, this time it's big trouble. What ferocious creature? Feng Xianyan asked from the side. I don't know, let's hurry over, and see if we can stop it from appearing, Xian Yao said, and immediately shot in the direction of the deserted well. You carry me there, Ling Xiao said with difficulty. Feng Xianyan hesitated for a moment, but she still carried Ling Xiao on her back and skimmed forward. Since the blue water dragon and the demon-armored leopard killed the Black Wolf King, they quickly descended and wiped out most of the remaining members of the Dark Water sect. Almost all of the elites of the sect were wiped out in this battle. The prodigal was seriously injured, and the Golden Wolf King was on the verge of death. There were only a few pieces of flesh on its body, and if it wasn't for its strong willpower, it would have died as well. The prodigal took out a few beast cores and swallowed them, and he also fed 2 to the Golden Wolf King. The beast core was the best thing for spirit beasts to advance, and at the same time, it was also the essence energy for them to recover their vitality. Xian Yao rushed to the deserted well, and he revealed a horrified expression. The 7th tier demon trapping formation is definitely a peak 7th tier ferocious creature, or a terrifying existence above the peak of the mystic Tharch. We must not let it appear, or else we will be the ones to die. He then looked up to the sky and shouted to the savage leopard, Savage leopard, quickly stop the blood from flowing into the well. There must be a terrifying existence down there, and we must not let it break out of the formation. The savage leopard came back to its senses, and the blood-devouring demon blade in its hand swiftly struck down the deserted well. The powerful blade aura completely submerged the deserted well, and the formation pattern. Ingui blocked the blade aura with all his strength beside the deserted well, and a few more blade scars appeared on his body. However, he also blocked most of the sword aura from the savage leopard, allowing the blood to still flow into the deserted well. There were still waves of terrifying sounds coming from the deserted well. The sound was getting louder and louder, and the energy was getting stronger and stronger. It seemed like it had been suppressed for a long time, and it was about to break out of the well. Ingui revealed a crazed expression and laughed. Don't even think about stopping Lord Ghost Hunger from coming into being. Bastard, let me destroy this formation pattern. Xian Yao was very anxious at the side. A silver wolf pen appeared in his hand, and he shouted loudly. He then rushed towards the formation pattern without caring about anything else. The silver wolf pen was filled with all of his energy, and he waved it towards the formation pattern. Swish. Xian Yao wanted to destroy the formation pattern, make the formation fail, and prevent the ferocious creature from descending. Unfortunately, his strength was too weak. The moment the silver wolf pen came into contact with the formation pattern, a powerful backlash sent him flying. Xian Yao's body was smashed dozens of meters away, and he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Damn, I'm too weak. Xian Yao cursed unwillingly. No matter what it is, disappear for me. The savage leopard looked down from above, revealing an incomparably confident expression as he shouted. Following that, he once again deduced the blood prison devil world, and the energy of heaven and earth blasted towards the deserted well. He planned to destroy the Ingwe and the thing in the deserted well. Rumble. Chapter 581. The savage leopard's all-out attack was like the collapse of heaven and earth. Countless vengeful spirits and malicious ghosts swallowed up the demon-trapping formation. Streams of cold and powerful saber light cut down the soil and trees below, causing them to fly everywhere. Ghost didn't dare to take the risk of blocking the savage leopard's attack, and he had already retreated far away. He looked at the demon-trapping array absent-mindedly and murmured, "No, impossible. The demon-trapping array will definitely be fine. Lord Ghost Hunger will definitely come out." Ling Xiao forced a smile and said, "An emperor-level attack can be said to be terrifying. I really hope to reach this realm sooner." "Xiao, with your Tenbin, you will definitely reach it soon," Feng Xianyan encouraged from the side. "I think so too." Ling Xiao didn't know how to be modest at all. Xianyao, who was not far away, didn't look happy at all. He just stared blankly in the direction of the demon-trapping array, and his expression became more and more serious. The savage leopard, who was high up in the sky, smiled and said, "It should be fine." When all the attacks stopped, the demon-trapping array was still intact, but the blood on the array pattern had disappeared, and there was no sound coming from array. For a moment, the surroundings became quiet, and no one made a sound. Did it really fail? Ghost found it hard to accept, and he had already made preparations to escape. Just as the savage leopard was about to heave a sigh of relief, Xianyao shouted, "Savage leopard, quickly leave, it is about to come out." Just as Xianyao's words fell, an earth-shattering explosion rang out. Rumble. With Arai as the center, the demon-trapping formation was finally activated. The 7-stage 7-beast cores in the eye of the formation all exploded, and Arai was like a volcanic eruption, exploding out with a powerful energy that was like a mushroom. Everything in the surroundings was thrown up. Sand and stones flew everywhere, dust flew everywhere, and the trees were turned into nothingness. Ling Xiao, Feng Xianyan, and Xianyao were all sent flying far away, and the three of them were seriously injured again. The savage leopard in the sky wasn't much better. He suffered the most intense bombardment, and although Xianyao warned him, his defense was too late. His whole body was blown far away, and blood oozed out from his body, and his clothes became tattered. What in the world is so terrifying? Savage Leopard consumed a few medicinal pills in a row to quickly recover his strength. At the same time, the prodigal had already rushed to Ling Zhao's side, while the blue water dragon carried the golden wolf king and flew over. The magic-armored leopard quickly rushed to the cruel leopard's side, but its situation was even worse than the cruel leopard's. The savage leopard knew that the demon-armored leopard's injury was too serious, and it would be difficult for it to fight again, so he could only put it into the spirit beast bracer to let it recuperate. The ghost had already escaped far away, and was not affected. He looked at the broken demon-trapping array and smiled proudly. "Haha, good. Lord Ghost Hunger has finally appeared. All of you can die." The ghost returned to Araji's side with an incomparably respectful expression. "Welcome, Lord Ghost Hunger. Please kill all of these invading bastards." Next, everyone's gazes fell on the well, and their heartbeats sped up. They all wanted to see what kind of terrifying existence lay at the bottom of the well. "Ah!" An incomparably sinister voice rang out once more. Then a shadow slowly rose from the well. Everyone looked at the shadow, and their gazes became incomparably terrified. "Is this a human or a monster?" Xianyao swallowed his saliva and muttered, "He should be a human. He doesn't have the slightest bit of my clan's aura," the prodigal said with certainty. "Could it be the legendary primitive human?" Ling Xiao guessed. "I think he might have become like this after being tied up for many years," Feng Xianyan said. In midair, the cruel leopard looked at the shadow and became somewhat absent-minded, as if he was trying hard to find some kind of memory. Just what kind of existence did they see? The shadow above the well looked like a human, but its entire body was covered in long black fur. It looked like a black ape, and its fingers had fingernails that were 1/2 meter long. They looked incomparably sharp, like the claws of a beast, and were too different from a human's palm. That pair of scarlet eyes looked incomparably bloodthirsty and murderous, causing people to feel a sense of fear. He looked like a human and a beast at the same time, making it difficult to distinguish him. However, this was not the strangest thing about him. The strangest thing about him was that his 4 limbs and body were tightly bound by the 10 millennia frigid iron chain, restricting his range of movement. Lord Ghost Hunger, quickly, quickly kill them all, the Een Ghost shouted at that person again. Ghost Hunger raised his eyes at the Een Ghost, and with a slight movement of his arm, the Een Ghost was strangled by him without warning. Lord Ghost Hunger, what are you doing? The Een Ghost kept struggling and shouting. That Ghost Hunger did not answer. The fingernails in his hand slid lightly, and the Een Ghost's head was instantly cut off like tofu dregs, flying far away. Ling Xiao and the others were all shocked by this scene. However, even more shocking was yet to come. They saw that Ghost Hunger had instantly shattered the Een Ghost's body into pieces. Then he opened his mouth, and the flesh and blood flew into his mouth piece by piece. That Ghost Hunger was eating human flesh. Ling Xiao, Feng Xianyan, and Xianyao couldn't help but vomit on the spot. This scene was too bloody, too disgusting, too frightening. Ah! Ghost Hunger ate the Een Ghost's body clean, and once again roared towards the sky. His voice echoed endlessly in the swamp forest. After a long time he finally stopped, and said in a dry voice, "Meat? The taste of meat is really good. I want to eat you all." Then he raised his eyes and fixed his gaze on the strongest savage leopard. "Come, I'm going to eat you." Ghost Hunger seemed to have not spoken for a long time, and the words he said were very simple and strenuous. As he spoke, he raised one of his hands towards the savage leopard. The nails on his 5 fingers actually grew crazily, like 5 sharp blades. They pierced straight towards the savage leopard. The savage leopard came back to its senses, and the generous world deduced. The blood-devouring demon blade in its hand crossed in front of its body, and began to block the nails. At the same time he exclaimed to that person, Mad Tooth, isn't it you?" When Ghost Hunger heard the savage leopard's call, he was slightly stunned. His nails stopped growing, and a trace of confusion flashed across his scarlet eyes. Mad Tooth, who is he? It sounds so familiar. Suddenly his body shrank back, his hands covering his head as he screamed. "Who is Mad Tooth? Who the hell am I?" The savage leopard was overjoyed, and shouted to Ghost Hunger, "You're Mad Tooth, I'm your big brother Demon Emperor. You don't remember me? Back then we fought together in the central region, killing enemies. No one could match us." The savage leopard recognized that the Ghost Hunger in front of him might be his old friend, and was very excited. I'm Mad Tooth? No. I'm Ghost Hunger. I'm Ghost Hunger. I want to eat meat." Ghost Hunger kept shouting as he twirled his hair. It was obvious that his mind was no longer clear. He didn't even remember who he was. Just as the savage leopard was about to continue explaining, Ghost Hunger suddenly burst out with a powerful energy and rushed out of the well. Crash! The 10 millennia frigid iron chains were pulled, making ear-piercing sounds. When he reached a height of tens of meters, the length of the 10 millennia frigid iron chains had reached its limit, and he could no longer pull it any further. "Ah!" Ghost Hunger shouted, and a powerful energy spread out, as if he wanted to break free from the 10 millennia frigid iron chains. Rumble! The ground under the well exploded, and the 10 millennia frigid iron chains exploded into bursts of dazzling sparks. Ghost Hunger's old eyes emitted a deep and terrifying scarlet light, and his palms turned into claws as he spread them out, producing a powerful suction force. "All of you come here!" Ghost Hunger roared. Swoosh swoosh. With Ghost Hunger as the center, the powerful suction force created a powerful gale within a radius of several hundred meters. Ling Xiao, Feng Xianyun, Xianyao, the Prodigal, the Blue Flood Dragon, the Golden Wolf King, as well as the Savage Leopard and the Demon-Armored Leopard in the sky, all flew towards Ghost Hunger uncontrollably. Everyone's expression changed. They wanted to struggle, but they found that the suction force was too terrifying, and they couldn't struggle with their strength. "Oh no, he's going to eat us." Xianyao hurriedly shouted. Don't panic, I'll stop him. Savage Leopard shouted, and then he said to Ghost Hunger, Mad Tooth, stop. I'm your demon emperor brother, if you don't stop, don't blame me for being impolite. Savage Leopard shouted as he struggled, but he found that this part of the world seemed to be out of his control. It could be seen how frightening Ghost Hunger's strength was. Seeing that everyone was getting closer and closer to Ghost Hunger, Savage Leopard threw out the blood-devouring demon blade, and then used his mind to control the blade to slash at Ghost Hunger. The blood-devouring demon blade and Savage Leopard's mind were connected, and he could also use his mind to control the blade. Mad Tooth, don't blame Big Brother. Savage Leopard sighed in his heart. However, when the blood-devouring demon blade slashed at Ghost Hunger's head, Ghost Hunger opened his mouth and the blood-devouring demon blade was immediately blown far away. What? Everyone cried out in alarm, and their expressions became incomparably shocked. A thought emerged in their hearts. Could this person have already entered the Saint Realm? Savage Leopard's expression was also extremely complicated, and all kinds of speculations emerged in his heart. Could it be that Mad Tooth really cultivated the crazy demon art that he obtained by chance, and completely fell into the demonic Tao? After all these years, he has already reached the Saint Realm? Could it be that I really harmed him? Ghost Hunger let out a strange cry again, and the suction force increased again. Everyone uncontrollably and quickly drew closer to him. What should we do? Are we going to die just like this? Xianyao said anxiously. At this time, Ling Xiao revealed a calm smile and said, Don't worry, we won't die. He paused for a moment and then shouted, Earth Flaming Tiger, come out. In the face of the most dangerous situation, Ling Xiao could not gamble with his own life, so he had to use his final trump card. The Earth Flaming Tiger's tall figure quietly appeared in front of everyone. Chapter 582. The Earth Flaming Tiger was brought out by Ling Xiao from the desolate mountain range. He already had the terrifying cultivation of a low-level 8th rank, which was equivalent to a low-level human saint. He was already in existence infinitely close to a 9th-level holy beast. With his cultivation and strength, he was only considered a high-level guard in the Qilin clan. He didn't even have the qualifications to enter the Holy Land. One could imagine how terrifying the Qilin clan's strength was. Once the Earth Flaming Tiger appeared, strong flames surrounded him. The tiger's gaze fell on the prodigal, and its expression immediately became respectful. Greetings, Your Royal Highness. Ling Xiao angrily shouted. Quick, stop that person, he wants to eat us. The Earth Flaming Tiger ignored Ling Xiao and instead took a step forward, stabilizing the prodigal's figure, so that he was no longer affected by the suction force. The prodigal roared at the Earth Flaming Tiger. Are you stupid? Didn't you hear what boss said? Quickly get rid of that guy. The Earth Flaming Tiger immediately revealed a terrified expression. It's His Royal Highness. Immediately after, the Earth Flaming Tiger turned around and glanced at Ghost Hunger. At the same time, it waved a simple fist. This fist was simple and direct, but its aura was incomparably powerful. The fist force transformed into a tiger king the size of a mountain, roaring towards Ghost Hunger. Ghost Hunger seemed to feel threatened. He looked at the Earth Flaming Tiger and stretched out a palm, intending to forcefully receive the tiger's fist. Rumble! The powerful fist force landed on Ghost Hunger's body, emitting a powerful flame that shone in all directions. It was also at this moment that all the suction force disappeared. Everyone was immediately freed and flew far away. The savage leopard also hurriedly flew higher, but its gaze never left Ghost Hunger's direction. When the fist force of the Earth Flaming Tiger's fist disappeared, Ghost Hunger was actually unharmed. However, his eyes became increasingly bloodthirsty. So powerful. I want to eat you. Ghost Hunger stared at the Earth Flaming Tiger and licked his lips as he said faintly. Then he spread out his palms, and the 10 fingernails on his fingers crazily grew longer like sickles. Swoosh swoosh. The 10 fingernails that were like sharp blades cut the air with a whistling sound. The Earth Flaming Tiger's voice was like a great bell as it said, You dare to hurt my prince, I will swallow you alive. After saying that, he took a step forward and smashed his fists at the nails like a mountain. Ding dang ding dang. Fists and fingernails collided with each other, producing a metallic sound as sparks flew in all directions. At the same time, the Earth Flame Tiger opened its mouth wide and let out a terrifying tiger roar. Roar. The powerful tiger roar energy rushed towards Ghost Hunger. Ghost Hunger's black hair stood on end. He let out a shrill cry and shot out 2 scarlet energy attack waves from his eyes. Caught off guard, the Earth Flame Tiger was struck in the chest, and its entire body flew back 100 meters. Everyone was startled by Ghost Hunger's strange attack. Savage Leopard, who was watching the battle from high up in the sky, revealed a look of realization and said, "It really is Mad Tooth. He really cultivated the Crazed Demon art. This is the Blood Eyes attack mentioned in the Crazed Demon art. I didn't expect him to have cultivated the Crazed Demon art to this level." After the Earth Flame Tiger suffered the attack, it didn't suffer much damage, but it aroused its primitive ferocity. "I'm going to tear you alive." The Earth Flame Tiger steadied its body and shot towards Ghost Hunger. In the blink of an eye, it was already above Ghost Hunger, and its fist smashed down on Ghost Hunger's head. A punch from a rank 8 spirit beast was enough to destroy mountains and split the earth. If it really hit Ghost Hunger's head, his head would probably explode. Ghost Hunger's reaction was also extremely fast. He dodged to the side and directly stabbed at the Earth Flame Tiger's eyes. His move was quite sinister and vicious. The Earth Flame Tiger's strength wasn't just for show. It blocked with its tiger fists and directly broke Ghost Hunger's nails. However, Ghost Hunger's nails seemed to be endless. Just as they were broken, they grew out again. The sharp claws kept on clawing wildly, like a terrifying sharp blade that could cut anything. Even if it was a profound artifact or spirit artifact, it would probably be broken if it came into contact with it. But the Earth Flame Tiger's tiger fists were as steady as a mountain, and the flames were like the sky. They blasted these sharp claws down one after another, as if they couldn't hurt the fists in the slightest. Bang bang. A series of intense and powerful collisions rang out incessantly in mid-air. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Everything in the surroundings had long been overturned by the explosions. In the swamp forest, all the poisonous creatures were so frightened that they didn't dare to move easily. They could all feel that terrifying aura, which was not something they could contend against. Ling Xiao and the others had already retreated thousands of meters away, afraid that they would be affected by the terrifying wind. If that happened, they would probably die. Ling Xiao looked at the fierce battle not far away, and looked at the figure that was so fast that it was hard to catch. He couldn't help but sigh. This is the terror of a peak expert. The dark water sex lair is completely destroyed. It's a pity that I haven't seen the whereabouts of that old witch, Yin He. I wonder how Meng Qi is doing now. Feng Xianyan held Ling Xiao's hand and said, "Xiao, don't worry. Big sister Meng Qi is blessed by the heavens. She should be fine." "I hope so," Ling Xiao replied as he silently healed his internal injuries. The prodigal boy at the side shouted in disdain, "Why did Grandpa send such a sick tiger to me? He can't even deal with a mere ape man. He's really embarrassing me." Xian Yao said with a pained expression, "Zai Zai, you should be content. With him by your side, you can go anywhere in the central region." The prodigal boy said disapprovingly, "My grandfather said that there are still many places that I can't go to." Xian Yao was speechless, but he also knew that what the prodigal boy said was the truth. In the vast central region, there were many forbidden areas for humans, and they were all terrifying places that could only be entered and not left. The battle between the Earth Flaming Tiger and Ghost Hunger lasted for 3 days and 3 nights, and almost all of the swamp forest within a few thousand meters was wiped out. In these 3 days, Ling Zhao's condition had already recovered to 50 to 60%, and Feng Xianyan and Xian Yao's condition had also improved a lot. In these 3 days, the savage leopard had been nervously watching the intense battle. From his expression, it seemed that he didn't want to see Ghost Hunger get hurt. At this time, the Earth Flaming Tiger and Ghost Hunger were both covered in wounds, but their battle condition still hadn't decreased in the slightest. However, the Earthly Flaming Tiger showed its primitive beast impatience. After he forced Ghost Hunger away with a punch, he roared, "Damned human, you have completely angered Grandpa Tiger. I will transform into my original form and swallow you alive." After he roared, his body retreated hundreds of meters away, and his body began to undergo an astonishing change. Roar! A tiger's roar that soared to the heavens rang out. A powerful tiger king that was dozens of meters long displayed its supreme ferocity. This was the earth flaming tiger's original form. Its flame-like fur flickered nonstop, and there was a majestic king character imprinted on its head. The tiger's eyes, which were the size of copper bells, emitted a chilling intent. Those deep and bloodthirsty fangs made people feel incomparably terrified. Its strong limbs and huge physical soul appeared majestic and mighty. Ghost Hunger stared coldly at the earth-flaming tiger. He didn't seem to feel any fear. The devil blood in his body was boiling nonstop, and all the black fur on his body stood up straight as he roared nonstop. Ghost Hunger wasn't willing to sit still and wait for death. He spread out his palms, and waves of powerful dark attribute energy surged toward him. The dark attribute energy between his palms transformed into 200-meter-long spears. He threw them with both hands, and the spears pierced toward the earth-flaming tiger. The black spears turned into meteor-like speed and instantly pierced the earth-flaming tiger's huge body. Boom, boom, boom. The earth-flaming tiger seemed to have been struck by lightning. Its body was blasted far away, and a lot of its fur was blasted off. Although it was hit by the spears, its body's defense was incomparably strong, so it didn't seem to have suffered much damage. After stabilizing its body, it roared and pounced toward Ghost Hunger to bite him. The man and the beast were entangled once again. Because Ghost Hunger was bound by the millennial frigid chain, his dodging was greatly restricted. He was continuously rammed by the earth-flaming tiger's powerful body, and he finally showed signs of defeat. Ghost Hunger slapped the earth-flaming tiger's body heavily with his palm, but he was ruthlessly swept by the tiger's tail. It seemed like neither of them had the upper hand, but Ghost Hunger was the one suffering. Although his body was also strong, how could it be compared to the body of a spirit beast of the same rank? After hundreds of collisions, Ghost Hunger's aura was already getting weaker and weaker, and the power of his moves was also getting weaker. The earth-flaming tiger took the opportunity to strengthen its attacks and rammed Ghost Hunger violently again. Finally, Ghost Hunger couldn't withstand the earth-flaming tiger's powerful body anymore, and his body powerlessly fell to the ground. Haha, damned human. How could you be Lord Tiger's opponent? Now I'm going to swallow you alive. The earth-flaming tiger laughed proudly, and then chased after Ghost Hunger. It opened its bloody mouth and wanted to swallow Ghost Hunger. Please stay your mouth. Savage Leopard hurriedly swept down from the sky and exclaimed. The earth-flaming tiger stared at Savage Leopard and faintly said, Lowly human, you dare to stop me? Savage Leopard said to the earth-flaming tiger. Can you please hand him over to me? Who do you think you are? Hurry up and scram, or else I'll eat you as well, the earth-flaming tiger said impatiently. Savage Leopard knew that he couldn't order the earth-flaming tiger, so he could only kneel in the direction of Ling Xiao and call out, Young master, please ask the Tiger King to show mercy. Ling Xiao and the others flew over. Ling Xiao looked at Savage Leopard and asked, Why? He wanted to know why Savage Leopard was so protective of this terrifying Ghost Hunger. Savage Leopard respectfully said, He was a brother of mine in the past. Perhaps something went wrong during his cultivation, so he became delirious. I hope young master can spare his life. I will definitely make him submit to young master and serve young master. I believe young master also doesn't want to lose such a great help, right? Savage Leopard could be considered to have figured out Ling Xiao's preferences. He knew that Ling Xiao really wanted to gather experts for his own use, so he said this in hopes that he could move Ling Xiao and let Ghost Hunger go. The earth-flaming tiger unhappily shouted, No, he has made Lord Tiger suffer these few days. I said that I must swallow him alive. Shut up, you have no right to speak here. The prodigal stared at the earth-flaming tiger and shouted. This time, the earth-flaming tiger obediently returned to its human form and retreated to the side, not daring to make a sound. Chapter 583. Swamp Forest. Amidst the boundless jungle, the Black Water Sect's territory sunk down tens of meters deep. Everything around it had turned into powder. In this huge pit, there were several people gathered together. One of them was like an ape beast, with his limbs and waist chained up by several 10 millennia frigid iron chains. He was originally terrifying, but now he was like a dead ape, lying motionless on the ground. You said he's your brother? Ling Xiao asked doubtfully. Ling Xiao was a bit tempted by Cruel Leopard's suggestion, but he didn't have a good impression of Hungry Ghost. He didn't have the guts to keep a man-eating monster by his side. Cruel Leopard nodded and said seriously, "Yes, he and I used to be good brothers through fire and water, Madtooth. It's just that I let him down that year." Then, with a strong sense of guilt, Cruel Leopard recalled the events of nearly 10,000 years ago. It turned out that when they were young, Cruel Leopard and Madtooth were both members of a certain mercenary group. At that time, their strength was equal, and they were both at the king stage. Their natures were compatible, and they became sworn brothers. They cultivated together, hunted spirit beasts together, drank wine together, sang together, and repaid their debts. Later, both of them fell in love with a female mercenary in the group. However, this female mercenary was much stronger. She was already at the Earth Emperor stage, and she was also a captain of the group. She was deeply liked by the other members. At that time, the two swore that whoever could surpass this female captain's strength would chase after her and make her his wife. Thus, the two of them cultivated desperately, constantly looking for spirit herbs and medicinal pills, and worked hard to advance their cultivation. Unfortunately, before they could surpass the female captain's strength, she was captured by a stronger mercenary group and raped by dozens of people. She was humiliated to death. When the two heard this news, they were extremely furious, and they wanted to find another mercenary group to take revenge. However, their strength was far inferior to the other party. They couldn't even kill a few ordinary soldiers, and they almost lost their lives. At this point, the two's temperament changed greatly. In order to obtain more cultivation resources and improve their strength as soon as possible, they chose to kill and rob. Both of them chose to kill lone cultivators who were on par with them, robbing and killing them, robbing them of their belongings and resources, and then reselling those belongings to buy cultivation resources suitable for themselves. The two of them had been doing this for 20 years, and their strength had increased by leaps and bounds during these 20 years. They had become the famous Mad Demon duo of the North Water region. Later on, when the two of them were hunting spirit beasts, they mistakenly entered a secret realm, and each of them obtained a great fortuitous opportunity that suited them. Since only one person could obtain the inheritance left behind in the secret territory, Madtooth gave this opportunity to the Demon Emperor. While Madtooth collected a high-level profound skill and elixir from the secret territory, it was also from then on that their strength soared. In the end, they even found the mercenary group that had raped the female captain. The mercenary group had a total of thousands of people, and they had killed them all. Moreover, their methods of killing were extremely cruel and terrifying. The crazy demon duo immediately shook the North Water world. From then on, the Demon Emperor and Madtooth began to form their own forces, and began to unify all the madmen and villains in the North Water domain. It could be said that the Demon Emperor wasn't the only ancestor of the Black Demon sect, and this Madtooth was also one of them. Since the Demon Emperor had obtained the inheritance, he didn't have to struggle along the way, so his strength gradually pulled apart from Madtooth's. At the same time, the Demon Emperor also gradually revealed his outstanding temperament. More and more powerhouses gathered around him, and his relationship with Madtooth gradually faded. Later on, the Demon Emperor became an emperor, and his reputation reached an unprecedented peak. However, Madtooth was still a middle-stage heavenly venerable. Although he still had a high status in the Black Demon sect, his mentality had changed. In the end, he finally proposed to the Demon Emperor that he go to one of the subordinate forces that he had subdued, which was the current Dark Water sect. At that time, he also planned to cultivate in the Dark Water sect, hoping that one day he could reach Emperor level and close the gap between him and the Demon Emperor. During his days in the Dark Water sect, the Demon Emperor often sent people to provide him with some cultivation resources for his cultivation. It was just that later on, the Demon Emperor was busy building his career, and gradually forgot about his good brother of many years. Before he was betrayed and killed, the Demon Emperor heard about Mad Tooth for the last time. He knew that Mad Tooth had already stepped into the half-emperor level, and the Demon Emperor was already a high-level mystic emperor at that time. Naturally, he didn't care about Mad Tooth's half-emperor level strength. Later on, the Demon Emperor almost died, and he couldn't even protect himself. No one knew what happened to Mad Tooth. After thousands of years, the two brothers had reunited once again. However, everything had changed. The original Demon Emperor had become the current Savage Leopard. Although his strength had returned to the Emperor level, Mad Tooth had already reached the Saint level. It was just that his mind was abnormal, and his whole person had become like a frightening beast. If not for his facial features didn't change much, the Savage Leopard wouldn't have been able to recognize him. The Savage Leopard also didn't understand why Mad Tooth had become like this. Could it be that something went wrong while cultivating the crazy demon technique, or was he framed by a villain? Through the memories of the Savage Leopard, Ling Xiao finally understood why the Savage Leopard wanted to protect the person in front of him. The Savage Leopard had come back to life and had gone to see the King of Hell thousands of years ago. His current mentality was already very different, and when he saw his brother who had roamed the world with him again, his joy and guilt naturally awakened his most loyal side. "Young master, please spare his life." The Savage Leopard knelt down heavily towards Ling Xiao and begged. This time, it was the first time he was willing to kneel and beg Ling Xiao from the bottom of his heart. Even when he was threatened by Ling Xiao, he wasn't this sincere. Ling Xiao pondered for a moment, then said, "No, his strength is too terrifying, and his mind isn't clear. If we keep him by our side, when he recovers in the future, the only thing left for us is death." "Young master?" the Savage Leopard asked excitedly, his expression filled with sadness. He also understood that what Ling Xiao said was the truth. Mad Tooth was no longer the Mad Tooth from back then, and he was no longer the Demon Emperor. Even if Ling Xiao let Mad Tooth go, would he definitely listen to him obediently? This was obviously impossible, but he had been struggling in his heart. He really didn't want Mad Tooth to die just like that. Mad Tooth was his brother who had gone through life and death with him. To be able to reunite with him again, this friendship wasn't easy to come by, so of course he would cherish it in his heart. At this time, Xianyao opened his mouth and said, "Young Master Ling, let him stay. If you want to build a force, you can't do without a team. Although this Mad Tooth is unconscious, it's not impossible for him to recover one day. As long as you cure him, he will definitely be grateful to you." Young Master Ling Xiao looked at Xianyao with a slightly surprised expression. He never thought that Xianyao would actually plead for Mad Tooth. However, he also felt that Xianyao's words were not without reason. However, what if his strength was restored once again, and his mind was still so unbearable? What should he do? "Xiao, I'm a poison master. Other than being good at poisoning people, I also have some experience in treating people. Maybe I can help him recover, but I don't know how long it will take. He's definitely too strong, and the treatment will definitely be extremely complicated," Feng Xianyan said from the side. "Is that true?" Ling Xiao asked happily. Feng Xianyan nodded lightly to express her affirmation. Xianyao also said from the side, "My light attribute ability can purify his hostility, and it will also be of great help in healing his injuries. Alright, if he really can recover his consciousness, then I'll spare his life for now. However, Savage Leopard, you must make him follow this young master, or else this young master would rather not save him. Otherwise, once his strength recovers, we'll be in trouble," Ling Xiao said resolutely. Savage Leopard was overjoyed and once again knelt towards Ling Xiao. "Thank you, young master. However, there's still a big problem. How can we seal his strength? Otherwise, we won't be able to treat him," Ling Xiao said again. Because Mad Tooth's strength was too strong, Ling Xiao and the other's strength was too far apart. They were unable to forcefully seal his dantian, and the Earth Flame Tiger was a spirit beast, so they did not know how to seal it. If that was the case, then Feng Xianyan and Xianyao would not be able to treat him. This was indeed a problem that had to be solved, or else it would be troublesome if he recovered. "You don't need to worry about that. I can use silver needles to seal all the acupoints in his body. That way, we won't have to worry about him resisting, Feng Xianyun said. Savage Leopard said from the side. Although silver needles can be used on ordinary people or weak people, he has already reached the profound saint realm, so silver needles won't have any effect on him. That's right, how can a mere silver needle seal a saint? Ling Xiao also did not agree with Feng Xianyun's method. However, Feng Xianyun firmly said, as long as he's still a human, my silver needles can seal him, unless he becomes a god. My silver needle sealing acupoints has been passed down from ancient times, and there are records in my clan that anyone below the divine realm can seal him, and he definitely won't be able to break free. Xian Yao revealed a pensive expression and said, if it really is an ancient silver needle sealing method, then I want to give it a try. Savage Leopard looked at Xian Yao doubtfully and asked, military advisor, are you sure? Savage Leopard knew Xian Yao's true identity and trusted his words, so he asked for confirmation. The ancient silver needle sealing method was once at its peak. Not only could it activate a person's potential, but it could also keep a person in a state of eternal sleep without dying. It could also, its miraculous power is not something we can imagine. It's just that as more and more people pursued power, and with the help of all kinds of exotic plants and elixirs, the ancient silver needle sealing method was gradually forgotten by the world, which eventually led to its decline. Now there aren't many people who know the ancient silver needle sealing method. I didn't expect Madame Yin to know it, so I believe it won't be a problem to seal Mad Tooth, Xian Yao said. Yes, military advisor is right. This ancient silver needle sealing method has been passed down in my clan, so I know how to use it, Feng Xianyun replied. Alright, since Yun'er is confident, then let's give it a try. Ling Xiao was confident in Xian Yao and Feng Xianyun, so he immediately agreed. Chapter 584. After some discussion, Ling Xiao and the others decided to let Mad Tooth stay. Feng Xianyun then used the ancient silver needle sealing technique to seal Mad Tooth's strength and prevent him from waking up for a short period of time. Everyone was able to witness the miraculous effects of the ancient silver needle sealing technique. However, when Feng Xianyun inserted nearly 100 silver needles into Mad Tooth's major acupoints, she became extremely weak. It turned out that the ancient silver needle sealing technique required one to infuse their own spirit energy into the silver needles, and use a complicated technique to deeply insert the silver needles into the acupoints of Mad Tooth, so that Mad Tooth could not shake them off. Because Mad Tooth's strength was too high, Feng Xianyun needed to inject a lot of spirit energy into each needle. These nearly 100 needles were infused with Feng Xianyun's strongest strength. When she finished inserting the silver needles, she had no choice but to immediately take a few pills and meditate to recover. Xian Yao sighed. The ancient silver needle sealing technique is indeed extraordinary. Cruel Leopard also agreed. It is indeed powerful. Then he bowed to Feng Xianyun and said sincerely, thank you, Madame Yin. Cruel Leopard knew that if it wasn't for Feng Xianyun, Mad Tooth might not have been able to survive. Alright, let her rest for a while. We should think of a way to break these 10 millennia cold steel chains. This is a good thing. Even a saint-level power couldn't break free. Ling Xiao exclaimed as he looked at the thick 10 millennia cold steel. This isn't just 10 millennia cold steel. It should have been refined with other rare materials. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to trap a saint-level power here. Xian Yao said, yes, it should be like this. How do we break these hard things? Ling Xiao thought. Then he took out the ice and fire sword and slashed at the 10 millennia cold steel chains. Clang! The ice and fire sword slashed at the 10 millennia cold steel chains, producing an ear-piercing sound and a burst of intense sparks. It's not damaged at all? Ling Xiao looked at the 10 millennia frigid chain and sighed. His ice and fire sword was forged with two rare materials, 10,000-year dark steel and 10,000-year deep silver. It was a low-rank 7 spirit artifact, and its hardness was not inferior to an ordinary high-rank 7 spirit artifact. However, it could not damage the 10,000-year cold iron chain. It could be seen how hard the 10,000-year cold iron chain was. If it could, Mad Tooth would have escaped long ago, Xian Yao said. This is my highest grade spiritual weapon. If it can't cut it, Then I can't do anything about it, replied Ling Xiao. No, young master. You can use your heavenly flame to burn it, Savage Leopard quickly said. That's right. The heavenly flame should be able to destroy it, agreed Xian Yao. That's right, I'll give it a try. Ling Xiao immediately condensed the blue demon flame pearl. The heavenly fire could burn anything, but it did not have an immediate effect on the 10 millennia frigid chain. Ling Xiao burned at the base of the 10 millennia frigid iron chain for an entire day before he managed to burn all 7 of them. Ling Xiao had expended a great deal of energy that day, but he had managed to save Mad Tooth. Xiao, we should leave. Feng Xianyun looked at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao looked up at the sky and sighed heavily. Yinner, where do you think I should go to find Mingqi? He had traveled 1,000 miles from the Purple Sky sect to find Yin Mingqi. Originally, he had wanted to roam the central region with her, but he had unexpectedly found out that the Black Water sect was an evil sect. He had only taken Yin Mingqi as a disciple as an excuse. Her goal was to absorb her dantian and help her break through to a higher realm. Now 3 years had passed. Ling Xiao had not only found the Black Water sect, but he had also destroyed them. But he had still lost track of Yin Mingqi. This caused him to feel very depressed. He had lost any clues to find Yin Mingqi, and with how vast the central region was, finding a person was like finding a needle in a haystack. Feng Xianyun rested her head on Ling Xiao's shoulder. Xiao, don't worry. Big sister Mingqi will definitely be fine. Perhaps she saw through that old witch's scheme long ago and escaped on her own. If fate wills it, you two will definitely meet again. Ling Xiao sighed heavily. He didn't know what to say. At this time, Xian Yao walked over from afar and said, Young Master Ling, you don't have to worry about anything. Since you don't know where to find her, then let her know where you are. Then she will naturally come to find you. Ling Xiao looked at Xian Yao in confusion. Why do you say that, fraud? Xian Yao opened his white paper fan and said casually, When your name shakes the central region, who doesn't know you? Are you afraid that she won't be able to find you? When my name shakes the central region, who doesn't know me? Ling Xiao carefully repeated Xian Yao's words. After quite a while, Ling Xiaohu's eyes were once again filled with hope as he said, That's right. Once my name shakes the central territory, I'll let everyone know my name, Ling Xiaohu. At that time, no matter where Mingqi is, she'll definitely hear my name, and she'll definitely come looking for me. Haha, as expected of a quack, you've really woken me up with a single sentence. Feng Xianyun looked at the happy Ling Xiao and felt happy for him. Although she was very curious about Yin Mingqi, to be able to receive such deep love from Ling Xiao, and this love made her, as his wife, feel a little sour. But she was even more touched by Ling Xiao's love for his woman. Back then, he had gone deep into the southern wasteland to find the Heaven Gu divine technique for her. He had almost lost his life, but he still didn't hesitate. When she thought of his painful expression when she almost died, she was even more moved. Although this man was affectionate, she didn't mind at all. As long as she still had a place in Ling Xiao's heart, that was enough. After getting Xian Yao's reminder, Ling Xiao led the group out of the swamp forest. Ling Xiao didn't know that not long after they left, a group of valiant troops arrived at the swamp forest's Blackwater sect's territory. There weren't many people in this group, but all of them were above the venerable level. There were even 2 emperor-level powerhouses. They were all riding powerful spirit beasts and hovering above the Darkwater sect's territory. These people were all wearing black robes and had hideous masks on their faces. They looked very frightening. If anyone saw the attire of this group of people, they would immediately be able to guess that these people were definitely from the Black Demon sect, which was ranked at the top of the 18 great forces. A short man riding on a 7th grade spirit beast spoke with an incomparably deep and cold gaze. Who did it? Who did it? The masked short woman was obviously an old woman. It could be distinguished from her voice. The more she spoke, the more agitated she became. In the end, it turned into a roar. Beside her, a much taller emperor said, Lady Yin, don't be anxious. Let's go down and see if we can find any clues. Then the group of people fell into the crater that was created by the explosion. The short woman said with an angry voice, Everyone spread out and search. No matter what you find, bring it back. I must find the murderer who killed my son and tear him into pieces. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone quickly dispersed. Lady Yin, calm down. Didn't you notice the terrifying battle scars here? Another Xian emperor said with a deep voice. His eyes kept looking around the deep pit, his expression filled with deep fear. Oh no, did he escape? After Lady Yin was shouted at by the Xian emperor, she seemed to have thought of something. Her old eyes revealed a look of fear. Then she quickly flew in a direction. The other emperor rank expert flew over as well. The two of them arrived at the place where Mad Tooth was originally sealed. Both of them revealed a look of panic. No. Impossible. He actually escaped? This is impossible. Lady Yin took a few steps back and revealed a look of disbelief. You mean the person who was sealed here? The other Xian emperor asked as he sucked in a breath of cold air. Lady Yin sat weakly on the ground and replied. That's right, it's him. He must have escaped and killed all of the Blackwater sect and my son. Damn it. The Xian emperor's pupils also contracted. Then he seemed to have discovered something. He walked to a place and squatted down to search. He didn't escape by himself. Someone helped him escape. The Xian emperor said with certainty. What? He didn't escape by himself? Lady Yin jumped up and shouted. That's right. Come over and look at the broken marks of the 10 millennia frigid iron chain. The Xian emperor called out. Lady Yin immediately went to the Xian emperor's side and started to examine it. What's going on? Lady Yin was completely at a loss. It's obvious that it wasn't cut by a sharp weapon. Even a high-grade spirit weapon would find it difficult to cut the 10 millennia frigid iron chain, unless it was a saint weapon. But these marks seem to have been burned. There are burn marks around it. The Xian emperor analyzed. You're right, it's like that, but normal flames can't burn it. Even if it's earth fire, it would take a lot of time to burn it. However, it's only been 10 days since my son's jade tube of life was extinguished. It's obvious that earth fire can't burn it, unless... Impa forced herself to calm down. You're right. I think the guy who came to save that person has heavenly fire. The Xian emperor replied. Someone with heavenly fire? Lady Yin was puzzled. After a while she said, Could it be the sect master of the medicine sect? It shouldn't be that old bastard. He's been in seclusion for many years and rarely asks about the sect's affairs. Although he's afraid of our black demon sect, I don't think he would dare to openly fight with us. Maybe it's someone else. The Xian emperor replied. Then who else has heavenly fire? Lady Yin thought. As far as I know, there's an old senior and the mysterious pavilion master of the martial spirit pavilion. But I don't think it's them. The Xian emperor said thoughtfully. Of course it's impossible. But who is the old senior? Lady Yin asked again. He's a legend. He's been missing for many years. The Xian emperor revealed a look of respect. He paused for a moment and said, He's the demonic emperor. Lady Yin was so shocked that she couldn't speak. Chapter 585. Ling Xiao and the others did not leave the north water border. They just left the swamp forest and came to another majestic mountain range. They found a place with an excellent location to settle down. Ling Xiao closed his door here and planned to participate in the grand event of the Central Region once a decade, the Imperial List Tournament, 9 months later. At that time, it would be the beginning of Ling Xiao's fame in the Central Region. He was determined to seize the glorious title of First Emperor and let everyone in any city in the Central Region know his name, Ling Xiao, so that Yun Mingqi could know her news as soon as possible. At the same time, it could be considered as completing the task of his master, the evil emperor. Ling Xiao released the people and spirit beasts in the cauldron. It was not the same for them to be cooped up in there all day. Ling Xiao asked Feng Xianyan and Xian Yao to treat Mad Tooth. Otherwise, Savage Leopard would not be able to calm down. After that, Ling Xiao no longer paid attention to the crowd and let them arrange their time freely. He chose a mountain to open a cave residence and entered a closed state. This time, he vowed to raise his strength by another level and learn the intermediate spirit incantation of soul control, so that he could exert the true power of soul control. Just before entering the closed state, Ling Xiao once again entered the cauldron and got in touch with the cauldron soul. "Greetings, Master." Obsidian greeted Ling Xiao immediately. "Well, I have advanced to the Earth Emperor stage now. Can I enter the third level of the cauldron?" Ling Xiao asked. Ling Xiao already knew that the cauldron was divided into 5 levels. As his strength broke through, he could enter a higher level. Previously, Ling Xiao had seen the functions of the first 2 levels. He couldn't wait to know what surprises were waiting for him in the third level. Obsidian replied, "I'm sorry, Master, you can't enter the third level with your current strength." "Why?" Ling Xiao asked, puzzled. "Your strength is still too weak to enter the third level," Obsidian replied. "What? Didn't you say that I can enter the next level every time I advance?" Ling Xiao said loudly. "Who said that?" Obsidian asked. Isn't that the case?" Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment. He had always thought that every time he advanced, he would be able to advance to the next level. It turned out that it was just his wishful thinking. However, from the cauldron's tone, it did not seem to be the case. Of course not. If it's so easy to enter the next level, then what's the point? Obsidian said arrogantly. Ling Xiao was speechless. He realized that the cauldron's soul was really human-like. He wondered how many tens of thousands of years it had existed for it to become like this. "Then tell me, how do I enter the third level?" asked Ling Xiao disappointedly. "Of course, you can only enter the third floor if you advance," Obsidian said matter-of-factly. Ling Xiao didn't reply. He knew that this fellow was used to spitting out the same sentence several times. Sure enough, when Obsidian saw that Ling Xiao didn't speak, he continued. "To enter the third level, you must break through to the Heavenly Venerable rank. To enter the 4th level, you must reach the Saint rank. Of course, to enter the 5th level, you must reach the God rank. Do you understand, my master?" Ling Xiao ignored Obsidian and directly poured it out of the cauldron. What bullshit divine cauldron is this? One must reach the Heavenly Venerable rank to enter the third level. Who cares about it? Ling Xiao muttered to himself in displeasure. It would take a long time for Ling Xiao to reach the Heavenly Venerable rank, which meant that he wouldn't be able to enter the third level in a short period of time. He was somewhat depressed. Looks like I can only focus on improving my strength first. Ling Xiao sighed helplessly. In the following days, he entered a quiet period of cultivation. With the unique returning energy and the 3 exotic creatures in his sea of consciousness, his speed of absorbing spiritual energy was extremely fast. Ordinary people, with the help of spirit-gathering treasures, might not be able to catch up to his speed. He absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth during the day, and cultivated the soul-controlling incantation at night. The soul-controlling spiritual incantation was to condense the spiritual energy into mysterious runic patterns, and then use a certain method to brand them in the enemy's sea of consciousness, thus achieving the effect of controlling the other party. The runic pattern arrangement of the elementary-grade spiritual incantation was the simplest kind. The more advanced the incantation was, the more complicated the arrangement would be. It was just like how an array pattern master arranged and inscribed various array patterns. The higher the grade of the array pattern, the more difficult it was to inscribe the patterns. It was the same principle between the two. Ling Xiao's current spiritual energy was already considered very strong. Although it wasn't able to occupy the entire sea of consciousness, even a peak-stage mystic Thearka's spiritual energy was only SOSO. His spiritual energy was enough to support the execution of any level of spiritual incantation. The key was to condense his own spiritual energy into various runic patterns and arrange them in various ways. Ling Xiao's meditation focused on condensing runic patterns and arranging his spiritual energy. As long as he could control them in an orderly manner, he would have reached the phenomenal stage of the soul-controlling art. However, to achieve this point wasn't something that could be achieved in 1 or 2 days. He still needed to practice the control day and night. He had to comprehend the various runic patterns and arrangements before he could do it. According to Ling Xiao's estimation, he would be very satisfied if he could cultivate the soul-controlling art to the phenomenal stage within 3 years. It was important to know that this was already a very short period of time. If it was someone else, they wouldn't dare to cultivate as easily as he thought. After all, not everyone was like him. Their sea of consciousness had already been expanded to a rather terrifying extent by the three exotic creatures. Furthermore, their spiritual energy had reached an unimaginable stage. These 2 points were something that anyone with his strength would find hard to achieve. In the blink of an eye, Ling Xiao had been cultivating in the cave abode for half a year. I have finally reached the perfection stage of the low tier. It is time to break through. In the cave talisman, Ling Xiao opened his bright and spirited tiger eyes. 2 rays of light shot out as though they were real. Immediately after, an incredible thing happened. The cave abode was instantly filled with dense spiritual energy. There were bright red, golden, green, dark blue, and light gray. All kinds of spiritual energy actually manifested their own colors. This kind of situation would only appear when the spiritual energy had reached an extremely dense level. As expected, the various colors turned into spiritual rain, and continuously poured into Ling Xiao's Tianling acupoint. Ling Xiao's aura instantly soared. His sleeves and black hair fluttered nonstop. Ling Xiao only felt 5 powerful masses of qi fusing into his body. His limbs and organs felt a comfortable feeling as though they were being nourished and cleansed. The 5-colored vortex in his dantian spun extremely fast. Like a hungry beast, it swallowed up the spirit energy that gathered in one by one. It also expanded from the original small qi si to more than several times its original size. The 5-colored color became brighter and more dazzling, and in the vortex, there was a little bit of light that seemed to be real, especially like stars. It was incomparably attractive. The unique origin restoration technique was a combination, an improvement of the unique Evil King technique and the 3 parts origin restoration technique. It had the powerful effect of absorbing 5 elements at the same time, and it also had the advanced level of the 3 parts origin restoration technique. These little stars represented that Ling Xiao had already begun to step into the 6th level of the unique origin restoration technique, the crystal phase. At this level, Ling Xiao would be able to condense battle armor. Whether it was in terms of attack or defense, he would be able to reach a higher level. If he combined it with the ancient emperor's divine art, he would have an even greater advantage in all aspects of combat. In other words, in addition to the 5 elements that strengthened Ling Xiao's combat power by 5 times, and the ancient emperor divine technique's dragon qi battle intent, had increased his combat power by 5 times. Now that the unique origin restoration technique had broken through to the 6th level, its combat power had increased by 2 levels, which was 12 times its combat power. In terms of physical defense, it would also greatly increase. There were several miniature versions of the golden dragon circling around Ling Xiao. The little golden dragon was swimming around vividly, while Ling Xiao's body was covered with a thin layer of crystal-like 5-colored glazed battle armor. The aura of the glazed battle armor was constantly emitting a dazzling aura. The current Ling Xiao looked so noble and extraordinary. It was as if he was the reincarnation of the god of war, or the reincarnation of the emperor. People could not help but have a kind of impulse to worship him. Roar. Ling Xiao could not help but let out a long roar towards the sky. A dragon's roar soared into the sky, and a golden dragon charged towards the cave abode. Rumble. The dragon-shaped sound wave shook the cave abode, and the surrounding rock walls began to explode. Countless stone fragments flew everywhere, and the cave abode was almost filled with smoke and dust. Just as the cave was about to collapse, Ling Xiao shot out from the cave. He let out a hearty laugh and said, "I've reached the mid-level. It feels pretty good." Ling Xiao didn't get carried away just because he had made a breakthrough. He found another mountain with a beautiful view and decided to stop. A book appeared in his hand, and on the cover was printed the words, Heavy Fist Technique. This was a metal-type blue-tier mystic technique, and it was a mystic technique that used fist techniques as its main attack method. This heavy fist technique was obtained by Ling Xiao when he killed Tanguang from the 6th grade Golden Fist sect in Yi City. Ling Xiao had always possessed the 3 ultimate mystic techniques of fist, palm, and leg. His fist was the Skyfrost fist, his palm was the cloud-expelling palm, and his leg was the wind god's kick. These 3 ultimate mystic techniques were not inferior to any other high-grade mystic techniques, especially the palm and leg techniques. Ling Xiao displayed them to the fullest, and their power was extraordinary. As for the Skyfrost Fist, as Ling Xiao's strength grew stronger, he began to use it less often. This was because it did not have the help of the heavenly fire like the cloud-expelling palm. And the Wind God's kick had the help of the innate Yin Wind baleful qi. With these two innate offensive attributes, the power of the Skyfrost Fist was naturally not as obvious. Today Ling Xiao was preparing to cultivate the heavy fist technique, because he wanted to display the true power of the ancient emperor mystic technique. Because of the ancient emperor mystic technique, Ling Xiao's physical body was already comparable to a spirit artifact's defense. Coupled with the powerful metal type, his sharp and hard attacks could destroy mountains and split the earth. On this point, Ling Xiao had used his actions to prove it many times. However, what he had always lacked was a mystic technique that was compatible with the alloy attribute, which greatly affected his battle strength. When Ling Xiao thought about the imperial ranking tournament, he might have to rely on the ancient emperor mystic technique to display the metal-type battle strength to the extreme, and the heavy fist technique in his hands was to solve his urgent need. As for the heavenly fire and the innate Yin Wind baleful qi, it was better to use them sparingly. After all, once they were used, they would exterminate the opponent, which would definitely arouse the hatred and greed of others. If others knew that he had a rare treasure, it would cause unnecessary conflicts. Cultivating the heavy fist technique could not only solve his battle problems, but also allow him to hide his many trump cards. This was Ling Xiao's true goal. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.